Hey guys, welcome back to the channel with me, 3-Tip Scout. How is everybody doing? And how's everybody feeling about the weekend on Sorare? Because we are going to be covering that today. I need to work out what my lineups are going to be. We also need to do a little bit of Sorare Rivals as well. I'm not doing it too hard, Sorare Rivals. I'm almost, at the moment, picking like 1 or 2 games a day that catch my interest. So yeah, I think there's a few more games today that I can do that we can probably look at. So we'll do that. But how's everybody doing? Hello to Brezza. Hello to Shyla. Hello to Robbie. I actually saw this before we went live. You're helping Sorare to get better because you just deposited 800 euros. Wow. That's quite a sizable deposit, man. What's the plan? I really want to ask you, Robbie, what is the plan? If you've deposited 800 euros, you must have an idea of what you want to do with that, right? How you want to spend it. So let us know in the chat what the plan is with your 800 euros. And hopefully, yeah, that 800 euros can be used by Sorare to make things better. Malv, hello to you as well. And Wakey Academy, hello to you as well, man. Welcome into the channel, guys. Hello to Twitch Gaming as well. Hello to all of you guys in here. If you're completely new to the channel, if you've never been on before, then a big welcome to you as well. And if you're completely new to Sorare, if you've never played Sorare before, this is a great time to get involved. You'll see the link in the chat. So use that link there to sign up. You can start playing for free. You can play this new game mode, which you can see on the screen called Rivals. And that's going to get you into the game. And it's going to show you the basics of the game and how addictive it can be. If you use that link, you'll get some freebies as well. We're going to also cover a little bit later another game called Pookie. You'll find the link for that in the chat as well. So basically use those 2 links. You help to support the channel and you get something out of those links as well when you sign up. Robbie says the plan is some SR players and maybe something left to hold and wait for opportunities. I love it, man. I've actually just bought my first super rare. It's a little bit of a it's a real punty one, as in it's probably going to be a super rare that I won't be able to use anytime soon. But I also couldn't ignore the fact that he was available for the price that he was. I actually wanted to get him a little bit cheaper, if I'm honest with you. But I couldn't really get anywhere with the guy who was selling him. So I recently picked up Andy Najjar, the super rare of Andy Najjar for £25, which, you know, in super rare terms is really, really cheap. He's a free agent at the moment, but he's currently training with a Honduras or a Honduran team. He is Honduran himself, and there's potential that he's going to sign for them. There's also the potential that he could go back into the MLS. He could go to a different club abroad because apparently he has a few offers. He has a few clubs interested. So yeah, I just thought, you know what, I've got his limited, I've got his rare. I might as well pick up his super rare for £25, and he's only 30. So if he ends up not being covered this year, then hopefully in a few years' time or next season or season after that, I can use him. And so it just gives me time to kind of get his XP bonus right up to max him out. So yeah, I've dipped into super rare. Technically, I'm on the super rare ladder now with Andy Najjar. But yeah, probably not properly. I need to eventually start getting there, but I need another goalkeeper first. Who else we got in the chat? Chat's a bit quiet. How's everybody been getting on Sorare Rivals as well? How's everybody doing? I've been extending my streak. I opened another reward box yesterday, and I was hoping that I could get lucky and that I could maybe get something from it. I wasn't lucky to get anything. I got like 10 arena tickets, right? So now I've got 20, which is, you know, a healthy amount for me because I'm only really using like 1 or 2 a day. So like this will last me a long time. I'm not playing Rivals as hard as other people out there. Hey man, good to see you back. Exciting getting into SR even at that level. I think so, yeah. I think so, man. Thank you also for jumping into the stream, Noli. Yeah, it's also one of those things where having a super rare now, even if it's just Andy Najjar, like it just allows me to put, because I've got so many rares, right? It just allows me now to throw a complete punty, throwaway, like absolute wildcard team into kickoff. Because you guys know I don't like kickoff, and I think most people don't like kickoff in the game because the rewards you can get in it are so bad. But at least it just gives me a way to use more of my rare cards, right? And he's an international. I think a lot of people forget that. Andy Najjar is actually an international for Honduras. Now, there's probably going to be few opportunities I can use him for international games, but the fact that he's only 30 and he's an international just kind of says to me that, for super rare, there's only 17 of them in the game, less than £30, which super rare is really cheap. I just thought, I was looking at it and I was thinking, I know that if I buy him, I'm probably not going to be able to get any use out of him anytime soon. But I kept coming back to it. Like I ignored it and I kept thinking to myself, oh, you know what? Like it's on my mind. I can't just like ignore that. I can't just like walk past an Andy Najjar super rare for that low. And I actually put an offer in for 14, £15. I think it was £14 because to be honest with you, and this is going to sound bad to say, I actually think this is kind of expensive for Andy Najjar super rare, which it isn't, right? We know in super rare that is not, but I was trying to weigh up the risk and how much money I was prepared to take versus the risk, and I was much more comfortable paying like £14 or £15 for him against the risk that I might not be able to use him for a few years. But like the person who was selling, they were basically just ignoring my offer. They weren't even rejecting it. They weren't even kind of saying, they didn't even reach out to me to say that I'd be prepared to sell for this or whatever. I think that they were playing hardball. And, to be honest with you, I thought to myself, well, it's only 25 quid. So I'll do it. Because it's the only super rare at the moment that I was going to pick up. Wake Academy, 1-8, lost 1, I think. That's a good record, man. So the one that you've lost, has that been recent? Has it reset your streak at all? You ideally want to lose one right at the start, don't you? So if you're kind of about to start a new streak challenge, you want to almost lose the first one rather than getting to like 7 out of 8 or whatever it is, and then losing the 7th one. Got to 4 wins on Rivals and lost the 5th. So now I have to start again to get 5 wins for the reward boxes, David. I feel your pain, and I really feel your pain because yesterday on Rivals, I was on 4 out of 5 and I needed to win. Let's bring up my Rivals history, actually. I wish they made this a little bit easier to do. Let's go on to here. Right. Yeah, so I feel your pain because yesterday I was on 4 out of 5 and I was really trying to pick the game that I thought was going to give me the right chance to get to 5 without resetting my streak. The problem is that I didn't really like the games yesterday, so I only done one, and the one game that I did do was Congo versus Zambia, and I was actually following this game more than what I have with the Rivals games before, because it was actually quite tight between me and the guy that I went up against. Going to the matchups here. So I got 306.6 points, so I won in the end. But for a large part of the game, Towers 97 was ahead of me. And he was ahead of me at one point by about 20 points, right? So I was thinking to myself, oh no, like, have I ended up doing a game that I didn't really want to do? Because I didn't really feel super confident about this game. But it was probably the best of the bunch that I liked from yesterday. And there's a challenge in, I'm not sure if you guys know, but there's a challenge in your manager challenges where you have to do a Rivals match, one game every day for 30 days, right? So I was thinking to myself, well, if I skip it and don't do Rivals yesterday, then I reset that challenge as well, and it'd be quite cool to kind of get that done. So yeah, luckily I got it done, but for a large part of the game yesterday, I was cursing, man, because I was thinking to myself, oh, have I just screwed up my arena challenge to hit 5 wins in a row by picking a game that I wasn't that confident on? But luckily, I got away with it. Yeah. Gegenpress definitely helped me. Yeah, I don't really know what he was thinking doing Yoga Benito, because that isn't really a good tactic to pick unless it's like Bayern or Man City or Liverpool, like a really, really strong attacking team. You don't really want to be picking that, I don't think, because this is like one contest, right? So you need to pick a team that are going to be doing a lot of dribbles or taking on the opponent. Gegenpress is just so good. So it's so universally good, as in you can pretty much use this for every game, and you'll usually be able to get the minimum bonus of 10. And very often you can get the middle bonus as well. Now on quite a few win streak, but resets after them 3 in a row. Now 1 for 5 in a row. You're waiting for good fixtures for your cards as well. Are you planning on going into Super Rare Threshold if the update is good? Yeah, I am, Robbie. Are you? I'm a little bit, to honestly, Robbie, I'm a little bit surprised that you deposited that much money into the game, like, before the next update. Before the next update. Because I'm very reluctant. I've been picking up a few more players, right, as you guys can see. But that's mainly that's mainly purchases that I'm making based off the sales of my limited cards, right? I haven't really been making any big deposits in the game, and in fact, I'm not just reluctant. I pretty much won't do it, to be honest with you, because because of the uncertainty around what Sorare are going to announce in their next update. Because we know that the next update they do, I'm pretty sure they're going to announce some big changes which are going to change the game in a completely different way again, right? So that's why I almost don't want to start like investing loads and buying lots of players to fit a strategy that could then be completely undone when Sorare turn around in a month or whatever and say, here's our new update. This is how we're going to be addressing rewards, competitions, supply, all that sort of thing. So yeah, be careful. Oh, you're already into it. You need to expand your super rares. You have trust in Sorare, do you? Okay, cool. But also super rare players into all-star rare plus, yeah. So one of the things that I'm probably going to be doing is I'm going to be playing all-star rare plus as well with Andy Lejar, because it's in all-star rare plus, isn't it? Where you don't need to, in fact, you can't captain here we go here, all-star rare plus, right? Where you can't actually captain like the super rare. I haven't really been playing this at all. It's a bit weird actually, because even though I could play it, I just assumed for so long that you needed to put a super rare in there, but you don't, because it says you need to have a maximum of 2 super rares, right, and a minimum of 3 rares. So technically, you can just throw in 5 rares, right? But then obviously, you're not really going to have a chance to win anything if you don't have the super rare in there that gets an additional score increase, right? But I don't really need to do that at the moment. I just need to put out more of my rare cards into teams, right? So that then they're getting additional XP. And then we have a chance, a very, very small chance, but you've got to be in it to win it, right? So then we have some kind of a chance to maybe scrape something. You scale young players in super rare who are not worth that much and haven't been breaking into the squad, but play some minutes. Yeah, I think that's going to be my strategy as well. I was like looking at the super rares because I've been trying to scout more into the super rare area. And I think if I'm going to start to buy super rares, which I am very soon, hopefully, then I'm much more prepared to play a longer game with the super rares and buy those youngsters, even if they're a little bit more expensive, right? I'm much more prepared to kind of like buy for the long term. So like breakthrough players, and also just pick up bargains as well. Like if I do spot somebody who's kind of like a 32-year-old, 33-year-old in super rare, and I find that they're just far too low or far too cheap, in my opinion, I'll probably still pick them up as well, because then they could have a use, right? You bought some, quite some super rare players around 100, which are worth 300 now. Yeah. I mean, you know my mindset when it comes to buying on Sorare is that because of my experience on the game now, I'm much more reluctant to spend big on the game, on any one player. I'm much more reluctant to do that. I'm always trying to think, who can I buy that is probably as low as I can, or is just very low that they represent really good value. And then there's not really much more of a scope for me to kind of lose the value on the card. But then I can also use them quite well in SO5 and trust that they're going to do good, right? And I think pretty much that's been serving me well. So I'll probably use the same strategy for super rare, but just try and apply that a bit more to the under 23s. So seeing if I can get any under 23s for, as you've done, almost like as like £100 or less or something. That'd be great. But I'm actually quite looking forward to the challenge because I think with super rares, because of the lack of them, right? Because they're in such scarce supply, and because the card values are significantly higher, I feel like with super rares, it requires a lot more scouting to do. Um, and I'm actually up for that. I'm actually looking forward to like spending more time looking into a player before I actually pull the trigger and buy them. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some lineup building. I'm also trying to sell some players as well. I don't really tend to sell players at the moment, but I would like to sell a few. I have these three guys up for sale. I'm not desperate to sell them, but I'd also wouldn't mind maybe trying to free up some of the money from the cards to put towards maybe like another rare goalkeeper. Because I need one more rare player, as an absolute must. I must go and get another rare goalkeeper. So yeah, if anyone's interested in those players, then just like reach out to me, let me know, and then I can always, we can always talk about price and try and get a deal together for you. But yeah, just keep in mind, I'm not desperate to sell them. So like, for example, Daryl Dyke, I wouldn't sell him for like 20 or 30 pounds or something, right? Wouldn't sell him for like stupidly cheap. But I'm happy to work something out. If any of you guys want them, I'm also very happy to keep Daryl Dyke, if I'm honest with you, because he's just come back from injury. But yeah, I'm thinking of like, what do I need more? And technically, I don't need a forward. I do need another goalkeeper. What do you think about rare Victor Nelson? Well, Victor Nelson is a player, regardless of his scarcity. I like him as a player, Victor. I think, let's just bring him up. I think the thing, if I'm remembering correctly, though, I think the thing with Victor Nelson, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so Victor Nelson, one of my kind of issues with him is that I don't, even though his AA is quite good, right, at 15.7, I don't really buy into this player. And that sounds so weird to say because he's been hitting scores of 88 and 91 and his AA's been great. Look, he had an AA there of 56.82, which is insane, right? Absolutely insane. I think one of the issues I have is that I've never really, when I've watched him play, I've never really been that impressed. So he almost reminds me of a player that scores way better in Sorare than how he actually plays in real life. But that's actually fine because obviously how he scores in Sorare is more important than kind of how he does or how he appears to do in real life, right? I think £53 is high. £46 is not too bad, and he's been averaging around that. So I think if you could get him for around the £40 mark, that would be great. But yeah, he's just, I don't know, he's just not the sort of player for me. But he's very good for threshold. Got to be honest, he's very good for threshold. It's quite consistent at giving you that kind of like that mid 50 score and above. Perfect time to sell Turkish cards if you don't need them. Says Noli. I think so too, man. João Figueiredo, we technically don't need, which is why I've now got him up for sale. I do like him. I've got no issue with him. He's been scoring pretty good. But yeah, technically we don't really need him. Even though I could probably use him for this weekend. Yeah, well, it's done. Yeah, Fabrizio Romano's already tweeted that it's happening. He's tweeted the "Here we go." So yeah, as soon as you see that "Here we go" from Fabrizio, you know it's like it's 100% really. It's just a matter of them then presenting him in the shirt, but it's done. Yeah, it's so funny how Jordan Henderson only spent what was it like 6 months or so in Saudi Arabia, and then he's now moving. I actually saw someone say that it was quite smart because apparently, because he spent so little time there, he something around tax or something. If that's true, then it would be smart. But yeah, am I the only? I think I am the only one who thinks it won't work with Hendo to Ajax. What you think that it won't work with Hendo being at Ajax? You don't think that's the right club for him? You don't think he'll do good there? I've got to be honest with you. I think it's a bit of a weird one because it's not the type of club that I would have expected or I would ever have imagined him playing for. So I'm a little bit I'm a little bit on the fence as to whether it's going to work or not. I think it should because he's still quality, right? And it's, technically it's a league which is a lot easier than the Premier League. So he should in theory like smash it there. But you never know. I think he should do good though. Okay, yeah, he has to pay 80% tax of that money if he goes to England. I don't think Hendo fits well, to be fair, but the problem is he will help like 20 players on his own. He needs one or two more. Yeah. I don't think he fits there either. I don't think he comes across as like an Ajax player. But if he's in there, he's going to do, I think, pretty well in the dressing room, helping youngsters develop as well. And like he's almost going to give them that stability that they need, where he can just control the midfield and control in front of the defense. And that's been one of the problems, isn't it, for Ajax this year, is that they've looked so open. Like for an Ajax team, they've just looked so vulnerable defensively. I was watching, funnily enough, we're talking about Ajax. I was watching the highlights yesterday from Go Ahead Eagles versus Ajax, right? Which was, I think, the last league game that they played. Could be wrong there. I think it was the last game that they played. They played away to Go Ahead Eagles, and they ended up winning 3-2. But they conceded 2 goals that really they shouldn't have. And it wasn't just those 2 goals. Like, Ajax were being carved open time and time and time again. And some of it's to do with the defending. I think another part of it is to do with just getting a little bit more protection in front of the back line so that you've got somebody to snuff out any creativity. And I think Henderson will do that for them. Yeah, that game really could have been something crazy. Yeah, when I was watching it, it looked like a fantastic game to be there. Like good value, really good value. Yeah, it looked good. Right. Should we do some lineup building? Hmm. Actually, before we do lineup building, let's dive into rivals here. Because maybe there's a game which is happening like in an hour and a half or something. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so there's Equatorial Guinea versus Guinea-Bissau. I don't want to do that one. That's a horrible one. There are... What other games are happening today? Okay, doesn't look like there's any more. Well, there are, but it doesn't look like there's any more at 2 o'clock today. This needs to be so much better to be able to like work it out. This is why I mentioned before, and I suggested as an idea that you need to be able to see all of the games which are happening on any given day in chronological order. So rather than me having to kind of like sift down and see if there's anything happening today, because it's all grouped by league, right? So there might be a Jupiler Pro. There isn't. Let's say, for example, there could have been a Jupiler Pro League game that was happening today at 7:45, right? But rather than this display showing me like the games which are kicking off earliest, like at the top. I would only spot that if I took the time to basically sift through all of the different competitions to see when is the earliest game happening for that competition. Like here, for example, look, right, there's a Primera Liga game happening at 6:45, right, which is Sporting Braga. Now, if we hadn't have sifted all the way down, we wouldn't have spotted that. And so, yeah, it's hopefully they change that really soon. I think this is really, really user unfriendly, and it's just a pain, isn't it? It's just not very fun to do it this way. Like, and there's so many games which are happening in Rivals that like it needs to be easier for users to discover the game. So I think probably if we go on SofaScore just to make sure that we haven't missed anything as well. Let's go on SofaScore. So yeah, there's the Nigeria one. To be honest with you, I don't even think I want to do the Nigeria Ivory Coast one because I think that's a little bit too difficult to call. The Egypt Ghana one's not great either. Oh, there's Sporting. Sporting are playing. It's got to be the Sporting one, isn't it? If we do Sporting tonight against Vizela. Why did we not see that before? Let's type in Sporting. Okay, so this is the one happening at 8:45 tonight. I think another really cool thing, which would be great, would be to sort by. Oh, is it already doing it? I think it's already doing it, right? Well, kind of yes and no. I think another really cool thing would be to be able to sort the games, right, by the number of requests that you have. So if you have like a game that has 100 requests, you want to see that at the top. And I think for the first 3, it's doing that, where you can see 26, 16, and then 14. But then kind of after that, it's then kind of like, it's all over the place. You've got 11, then 3, then 7. And I think if we go further down, got one here with 8. We had the Sporting one, which is all the way down here with like 14 or something. So being able to see the number of requests for a game would usually indicate that that's probably going to be a more popular game, right? Or is it? Where is the Sporting one? Why is the Sporting game not grouped here with the Primeira Liga? The Portuguese Primeira Liga. What? I mean, it's a game happening. It's a league game, right? So we've got the Braga one. Is it? Yeah, we've got the Braga one. Why is the Sporting one missing here? Does anybody know? I mean, it's here now. Why is it here now? Why is it at the top? Maybe it's at the top because of the request that it has, right? Yeah, that's probably what's going on. I think we will do the Sporting one, but I'll do that later on. There's nothing really immediate that we need to do, is there? Yeah, like there's just the Ivory Coast one, which I don't want to touch at all. I think this is too difficult. The Equatorial Guinea one, I think that's too difficult. Should have done this one really, the Tigres one, because I actually thought that Tigres could win that, and I would have picked Gignac. I would have also tried to pick Brunetta, but it was really expensive. So I probably would have picked Fernando Gorian. I hate that they use first names when selecting the rivals. I hate that they use the first names when selecting rivals. What do you mean, Wakey? Like sporting, you have to make sure you know the guy's first name. You mean the team's first name? Oh, do you mean like when you're actually when you're picking? I think I know what you mean. So when you're doing the lineup, yeah. So when you're doing the lineup, for example, yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, like here, right? So we've got like Victor, but it doesn't tell you the surname, right? I'm with you. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I it's something that I also kind of spotted, and like it's not great because if you've got the football knowledge, then you'll know that this is Victor Gyökeres, right? Um, the way you find out obviously is clicking on it and then it tells you him, but it just would be better, right? If you could just see at a glance like the full name of the card rather than just the first name. So I absolutely agree with you on that, man. Yeah, I really do. Because it's supposed to be that type of quick game mode, isn't it? So if there's players that you don't know and you're like, well, who's that? I'm not really familiar, and you have to then click on here, then to see their full name, it kind of almost defeats the purpose of the game mode, doesn't it? You need to be able to see like that's who that is, etc. Yeah. Normally names catch your eyes, but not the first names. Because they don't have the license for those players. I get that they don't have the license for the players, but that doesn't mean that they can't give the full name, though, no? Surely. Unless that is part of the licensing agreement where they're not even allowed on the card because it doesn't even have a picture, right? If they're not even allowed to say the full name on the card, that could be the reason. If that is the reason, yeah, then I guess their hands are tied, right? But if that isn't the reason, then yeah, for sure, we need to have the full name on it. Yeah, we're gonna come back and do that later, though. There's no way, there's no reason really for us to do it. We do have a new mission, and this is cool. This new screen that they've added, this is cool. This is much better. So before it was a nightmare for people to find this screen. So if you haven't spotted this already, now when you go into Rivals, so if you don't know where this is, you just go into Rivals here, and then on this main screen, it's this missions tab here on the right. So now when you click that, it then shows you what your next challenge is, right? So my next challenge is to win 7 in a row, and then I get another reward box. And this is really cool. Kind of shows you what you can get in the reward boxes. I think what they also need to have here, and I've mentioned it before, is that what they need to have here is they need to have the leaderboard, right? So like on this whole Rivals hub, when you go into Rivals, right? It's fine that you can see the matches and it makes sense that these are the matches to get started in. It shows you the lineups that you've done. It shows you the challenges that you've got, like the requests you've got to play a game. Now it shows you the missions, but what it should also show is it should show, they should add this here. So this page, this rivals history part here, I think needs to be added in here. So then you've got everything in here in one go. Everything rival related is in one place, basically. Like you can find this here, this rivals history, but it's really long-winded, right? I mean, how do we find it from here? Do we have to go? I think we might have to set a lineup, don't we, in order to see it? I think we do because we don't have a lineup, so I don't think there's a way for us to access the leaderboard and our history until we set an actual lineup. So why don't we just do this one? Because we are going to do it later. Let's just put in whoever for now, just to kind of like test the theory out that you can find the leaderboard stuff. Let's just do whoever here. It doesn't really matter. We're going to come back and do it later. Let's do that and let's do that, right? Continue, continue. Gegenpress, of course, continue. Right. So now we've got a lineup sorted for this game. Yeah, then we do arena. Right, and then it's here, look. And then you've got this view leaderboard. which is really small, by the way. This link is really small. It's really easy to overlook this here. But then when you click on view leaderboard, it then shows you like friends, my division, top 100. It doesn't, though, show you this here. It doesn't show you this part, which I think is quite, would be great to see in the rival. So they have they have a few more things that I think they need to add and tweak on the rivals. We'll enter the arena as well. But yeah, I think honestly, if you go into rivals, you should just be able to see this screen. And if anything, I think this should be like the main screen, like the landing page. When you go into rivals and you're just like greeted with this. Some people wouldn't like it. Some people would just prefer to see like the games, right? Rather than the leaderboard. But also, if you go onto a game mode, it's quite nice to kind of see and be reminded straight away of like where you are on the leaderboard, what's the overall leaderboard, how you're doing, and kind of like what the next objective is. So they can put the you hadn't seen that. Well, you hadn't seen this page, Wakey, the rivals history. That's if that's true. If you hadn't seen this, it's just almost nuts, isn't it? This is quite a cool screen actually, showing you your highest rep, your highest ever score, where you sit overall on the leaderboard. So top 2% here, the most wins that you've been able to get, the most losses against a specific rival. The one with the mission. Okay, the one with the mission, yeah. Like this challenge here, and then this mission's here, yeah, yeah. How many games per day are you guys doing on Rivals? Like, how many games roughly are you guys playing? Because I'm playing one, maybe two a day. I'm not playing it too hard. It's a casual game mode. I'm playing it very casually. But how many are you guys doing? And that's one of the reasons why I have quite a few arena tickets here, because if I'm only using one or two a day, and then you get one or two, technically you get two a day, right? Because you get one every 12 hours. That's why I'm kind of almost I'm never running out of tickets at the moment. You did a few first week, but not done since a few days ago. Oh, really? Why is that, Wakey? Is it a time thing? Is it an interest thing? Why haven't you done any? Because there's some weird games at the moment. It's been a lot of AFCON, which, you know, to be honest with you, there aren't a lot of games which really appeal to me. So maybe that's also the reason, right? Yeah, more to do with the fixtures. I get it, man. I get it. Because, you know, like, I'm the same. As I mentioned, yeah, yesterday there wasn't really a fixture that I wanted to do. And then obviously I ended up doing the Gambia one. And I kind of got lucky, I think, there. Part lucky, but also I kind of knew semi what I was doing. And then again today, like Ivory Coast, Nigeria actually is probably quite a good game to watch, but I don't think that's a good game to pick for a Sorare rivals, because I think that could go any way. And there's almost not like a clear favourite there. So you don't know how each player's going to perform. Egypt, Ghana is also quite tricky. So, but now I'm talking about that, and I'm going to do Sporting. Watch Sporting now lose to Vizela, right? That's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, I'm chasing that 5 in a row, so don't want to mess up. That's exactly how I felt, Wakey. When I hit that 4 wins in a row, I was like, right, I really don't want to just pick any old game and then just like regret that I picked it just to try and hit the 5. You almost need to think, okay, what's the best chance of me extending that streak, right? And that's probably the good thing about rivals, that strategy of like having to pick and choose your battles, because you know that the streaks now are quite an important part of it. I think before, when they didn't have the streaks, I was just doing anything and everything, right? And then I kind of got bored of it, and there wasn't that consequence, was there? But now there's like a consequence to your actions, and there's a reward as well. There's much more of an incentive to try and play it properly and like pick and choose and be smart with how you approach it. So I kind of like it. I like that they've done that, and that's what we were asking for, weren't we? I know that I mentioned it, and a few others also suggested when they were playing the beta that it'd be great if there was some kind of like a streak um, or challenges that would keep you coming back, that would keep it engaging. And the fact that this is now in the game makes it so much better. Definitely. I'm not hooked on this game mode at all. Far from it. Definitely not. And I don't think I ever am going to be hooked on this game mode. But the fact that there's the streaks now, the challenges, there's rewards in there, like those reward boxes. There's just a little bit more to kind of keep it interesting and engaging. And yeah, the fact we're talking about it, whereas before, during the beta, I mean, you guys remember I never spent really any time talking about Rivals because I really didn't enjoy it. I really didn't think it was that fun. But it's definitely a lot better now. Hello to Anathabam. Hello also to Twisted Fortune as well. How you guys doing? I think if you are at 0 win, it's good to bet Ivory Coast, Nigeria. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I agree with you there, Twisted. I think if you're at 0 on a streak, then you could absolutely take a risk on like a riskier one, like this one, where it's not so clear cut where the game's going to go, right? Because then if it doesn't pay off for you, then you haven't lost anything, right? You're still at 0 of the streak. But yeah, I think if you're at like anything over 0, certainly anything over like 2 or 3, then yeah, you probably want to avoid it. If you don't feel confident in it. And if I was on a streak of like 3 out of 5, I definitely would avoid that one. I'd avoid this one. And I'd probably just take a safer option with Sporting. Something that I don't think I've seen this communicated officially, but something that I have heard from others out there. So let me know if this is absolutely true or not. Because yeah, as I say, I haven't seen it communicated officially, but I've heard that if you only play common cards on Sorare Rivals, then it's going to pair you up with more with common cards, right? If you put one pro card in your lineup, then you will then be paired up with a lot more pro cards. So if you put like a limited in there, you then increase your chance of being paired up with someone who is going to play rares and super rares and other limiteds as well. So yeah, I've heard that. I'm not sure if that's absolutely true because I don't think I've seen Sorare like say it, but I've seen a lot of people now say it. Other content creators have talked about it. So maybe there was something that was communicated in the Discord by one of the Sorare guys, and you know, because they often do that, they'll often communicate like quite a useful, important piece of information that everybody should really be privy to, but they'll kind of respond to somebody in a Discord with the answer, but you won't see an official comms on it. So is that the case? Is that how it's working? Because I have seen, and you guys saw it as well, that even if you have a full common team, you can still go up against somebody that has pro cards. We saw it the other day where somebody swapped in, they made a sub and they swapped in a rare card, and I had just like a pure common team against them. Now they had a pure common team too, but then they made the sub and they brought the rare in, which could have screwed us, but luckily it didn't. It was confirmed on Sorare Data podcast. Yeah, I heard it on Sorare Data's podcast. Where did they get that from? Was it like they confirmed it with Sorare then, did they? I'm so surprised. I'd like to see that kind of information just being communicated out by Sorare. I think they could have easily put that out in the Medium article when they released it. There was also there's also been kind of like questions about like the subs and how exactly the subs work, which is another thing that I think that they really should have explained a bit more, because you know subs is like a new feature in the game, and even though after playing it for a while you can kind of work it out, I think there would always be some obvious questions of, well, if I sub in a player at minute 70, I get the sub points, right? Sure. But does it give me the difference between like what the other player got, or does it just replace that score? All that sort of stuff. So I think they could have explained it a lot more. Tomorrow's wasn't confirmed by Sorare. The Sorare data guys just went through enough lineups that it must be the case. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Ah, good on them, honestly, the Sorare data guys to do that. Yeah, that they went through it, and that's basically the conclusion that they came to. They showed it via viewing the leaderboard match history. Okay, cool. Very cool. So basically, then, if you want to try and avoid going up against people that have rares and limiteds and super rares, right? Then don't enter like a pro card into the competition. If you just want to go up against more managers that just have common cards, right? So that the playing field's a bit level, then yeah, just enter common. But that seems so weird though, no? Because like that seems very counterintuitive because then it almost is decentivizing you to buy like a limited card. Because if I bought like one limited card, then it then means that I have more of a chance to go up against people that have rares, right? Or super rares or a full team of limiteds. And I might just have one limited card in there. So then I'm going to be at a disadvantage, right? So it seems strange the way Sorare have done it like that. I'm honest with you. But it is apparently the way it is. So, hey, FTS, need your advice. Wanted to flow into cap 240 slowly. We've got a couple of good pickups in mind. I'm afraid I maybe won't win as much and get less coins as in kickoff. I can't sell, so I have more than 10 cards. What should I do in your opinion? Okay, so Malv, you want to basically get into 240. Are we talking about limited or are we talking about rare? I guess we're talking about rare, right? Or maybe, no, actually, maybe we're talking about limited here. Because if you don't want to miss out on kickoff, then it means that you would have more than 10. Yeah. I'll be absolutely honest with you. I think that have it playing 240. I think playing 240 is the way to go, man. Rather than just sticking under the 10 limit so you can play kickoff. Because the returns that you get in 240 are so much better. Like the ether that you can get from it is just so good and fairly easy to do. Not like super easy, but if you kind of know what you're doing, if you're scouting well, and obviously if you pick up a lot of things on the stream as well, you can apply them and then you'll be able to hit the threshold regularly, plus then get some good Sorare coins from it. Icon player, hello to you, man. Thank you for tuning in. How's everything going, man? Yeah, exactly. They were saying on the pod they need to change two separate leaderboards for commons and pro cards if it stays like that, and ideally also match you up based on how many limited rares, super rares you put in a lineup. Yeah, I agree. Then, yeah, that seems like the really obvious flaw in the way that is designed. If it is designed like that, because they've almost designed the whole of Rivals, right, to try and persuade users to upgrade. There's always this word of upgrade or get pro cards, right? Step up your game. And they even have it here on this main screen for the match, which shows you that you can buy these cards here. It's going to give you this additional bonus, right? But yeah, if managers were to start buying, say, one card, and then once they buy that one card, they then start seeing that they're going up against other managers that have way more limited cards than they do, and also just way higher scarcity cards as well, then they're going to start to regret that they bought a limited card, and they're maybe going to start to think, well, okay, maybe I shouldn't have bought one, or maybe I just won't use it then. There's also the argument to say that if they buy one limited card and then they start going up against others, right, that have a full team of limiteds, they might start thinking, okay, in order to compete, I need to then get like more limited cards, right? So I need to buy more. But then obviously then if they have a full limited team and then they are still going up against like super rares, then they're going to probably lose because of the scarcity bonus which they get. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I'll be very clear with everybody. You guys know that I'm not buying any more limited cards in Sorare. Um, I do have rares, of course, so I could use my rares in the competition. But if I use my rares and I know that it's going to give me more of a chance of being paired up against super rares, right, or above, then I'm just not going to use any scarcity cards in the game mode. I'm just going to use the common cards. And to be honest, I'm probably just going to use the commons anyway, because I very much consider this just to be a free to play, like fun, casual game mode. Like the rewards you can get from it can be good, but you also have to think about that in the pro mode, you are doing one game, right? So one match takes place, and you can then potentially win a lot more on pro than you can on rivals, because on rivals you have to play, for example, here 7 games, right, to then have a chance of winning something that's really worthwhile winning. Because the arena tickets aren't really, like the arena tickets aren't. You get those for free, just from you get two free every day. What you really want to win and what people want to win are the cards, right, or a jersey. And you've only got a very small chance to do it. So, yeah, it's not really a game mode at the moment that I'm going to be buying or investing in, and I wouldn't anyway. What do you think of Sandman's Wolfsburg stack? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Right, let's crack on. Let's crack on. Cap 240 rare. Okay. So we need to put a team together for the weekend. This is what I have at the moment. I don't mind it. In fact, I quite like it. I just want to rerun through the decisions again. FTS, what did you win in your 5-win streak? I won 10 arena tickets, so that's why I've now got 19, because I won 10 yesterday. Yeah. What did you win? Have you hit your 5 wins in a row yet? And if you did, what did you win? Something that I'm a little bit confused about, just, whilst we're talking about it still, I didn't think that there was a tier 4 available to be won on the last reward box. I thought that, and there might have been, so I could be completely wrong here, but I don't remember seeing the tier 4 in the last reward box to hit 5 consecutive wins. Has there been a tier 4 in all of the boxes so far? So I thought the minimum was like a tier 3. But the tier 4s, technically, they make sense to be in here, because if you're, again, targeting like new managers, then tier 4s are going to be great for them to win. So maybe I just missed it. I just don't remember seeing it. You haven't hit it yet. How many are you away from doing it on your streak? Like, how many more do you need? I tell you one thing that's going to be really annoying, guys, right? Imagine, so win 7 consecutive arena matches. Imagine getting to like 6 out of 7, and then you lose, and then it takes you all the way back down to 0. I think that's gonna be horrible. I mean, I don't know how far this goes, so I don't know whether it goes then to like 10, 12, and 15 and 20. But one of the things I said to Sorare is that this system of resetting the streaks actually is a little bit unusual, because you don't really see it in many games, right? Like, what you usually see is that if you don't get a win, then it keeps you at what you were until you do get the next win, right? And so then you can do it. But yeah, if it ended up being 20 and you had to get 20, and you end up getting to like 19 or 18, and then you lose, that that's going to be so painful. It's going to be so hard. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know what the maximum is that they're doing for the consecutive streaks, but getting 20 in a row would be some achievement. Would be really some achievement. And you'd almost want to get 20 in a row. You'd almost want to then have a different reward box, right? Where then you have a much higher percentage the um to get the cards and the jersey rather than an arena ticket. You really don't want to be winning an arena ticket if you've got 20 wins in a row. Like something that takes a lot to do, you must have a better chance of getting something more worthwhile. It is there. I'm at that level now. Star to 4 in the 5 win box. Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, cool. Let's crack on then. So, we have a few goalkeepers for the weekend. We have Ali Varul and we have Hervey Kofi. Now, Hervey Kofi, it says he has 2 games, but he doesn't. He has just 1 game because he's obviously playing in the African Cup of Nations. And his game's against Algeria. Now, Algeria, I think, is a tough team to go up against, and I don't think that is a fixture that we want to target. We will use him. We'll use Hervey Kofi because he has a game and, he's a starting goalkeeper. But because our main focus is to try and hit the threshold, we want to give ourselves the best chance to hit the threshold. And putting in a Hervey Kofi in this fixture, I don't think that he can outscore Ali Varul. He could do, because against Algeria, he might have to face a ton of shots, right? And he might even be able to get some insane AA. Who knows? He might even have to save a penalty or something. But I think I would prefer to take the home game of Ali Varul against Gaziantep, who aren't the strongest attacking team, especially away from home. Sivasspor don't keep a lot of clean sheets, so what we're probably going to expect here from Ali Varul will be a score of like the mid-50s. But I would not expect Sivasspor to concede 3 goals against Gaziantep. So I'm not expecting him to deliver a negative decisive. But I think that if we put him in and we got around 50, 55, that would put us on track, because that's all we really need. That would kind of put us on track to hit the threshold. And I think also he probably has a higher chance of keeping a clean sheet in this fixture than Hervey Kofi does here. I think that would be really frustrating. To lose a 20-win streak, better to have a difficult task like score at least 400 points. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hope that, in a way, the streaks don't get too out of hand. So I hope that there's like a realistic end to it. Because if to constantly keep winning rewards in rivals, the challenges kept getting more harder and harder on the streaks, right? At some point, you'd have to say, well, if it continues, they got to 20 or 30 or 40, most people aren't going to be able to achieve it. And so then it's actually not going to keep them engaged anymore. Like if I ended up doing the 10 games in a row, right? And then it gave me like 12, then 15. And then I ended up doing the 15. It just kept extending and extending and extending. I'm definitely going to lose interest in it because I know that, especially if I do really good and then it's just like 1 game that goes against me, it's going to be such a slog to then go all the way back to the beginning to start again and then to maybe try and do it again. So it's something that I already mentioned to Sorare is that, the rewards are fine to a point where there maybe needs to be a different way to reward people as well. As you mentioned, maybe like hitting 400 points or doing featured matches or doing like achieve a rank position. So you have to at some point hit a rank of like 50 or 100 or something, and then you get it. So that it's not so dependent on like consecutive streaks, right? So, but we don't know. We don't know how it is going to be structured. Still, we don't know what the next challenges are. So it's a little bit frustrating not to know. Yeah. So I think Ali Varol in goal here. And then I think Samba Camera, because we are picking Ali Varol, I think that I would like to try and stack. We don't often do it with Samba Camera, but he's in quite good form as well. He's hit a score of 72, 77, and 60 in 3 of his last 4 games, so he's doing much better. He's also not too expensive as well. We usually play Pappy as our threshold defender, but we don't want to play a defender for the other team in the same match who's going up against our goalkeeper. We are going to play Philip Heiser because Philip Heiser has a nice home game against Osnabrück, and I think that he will probably be our captain. Our other options are Klaus, who I think is still injured, Bocat, who's got a really horrible game that I don't want to target. Jonathan Harris isn't playing at the moment. Arda, we want to pair up with Pappy, I think. Jonathan Boatu is playing for Angola. He could be okay, but I don't think I want to play him in threshold. I don't think I want to trust him to help us hit the threshold when we can trust more Camera for the stack. And we are definitely going to be playing Philip Heiser as well. So it means that Heiser definitely goes in, and then we need to have another defender. And I just think if we're playing Ali Varol and we have a Sivaspor defender, then why don't we stack them, you know? Unless we've got somebody who has like a significantly better fixture, which, you know, to be honest with you, we don't. Like Sandy Walsh doesn't, Kevin Kraus doesn't, and I don't think he's even going to play. Richie kind of has an okay fixture, but I think with his L15 being 42, we could play him in a different competition. And again, it kind of breaks the stack up. So I think Camera goes in. Philip Heiser, because he's got that nice home game against Osnabrück. I mean, he's an attacking fullback, so he does much better at home. And he's got a weak opponent. He could even get involved in a decisive here. And then midfield-wise, we put Luke Browers in because it's Browers, and we've had a lot of good success using Browers in Cap 240. I think I want to do it again. The other player that I was debating between Browers or basically between Browers in midfield was Ali Karimi, because Ali Karimi has quite a good game at home against one of the worst teams in the Super League. But Ali Karimi has an L15 of 40, which means that if we played him here, then we have to play Luke Browers somewhere, which then basically means we're playing Luke Browers in All-Star, because we won't realistically be able to play him in 220. And he's got an okay game, you know, Luke Browers. He could do quite well here. He has been our main threshold type of player. So I think I want to trust Luke Browers to get involved in the decisive. Karimi's good for mid-50 scoring, but he's not so good for high-end. So kind of putting him in Cap 220 is not ideal. But if we put him in and he costs 40 and he gives us a score of like 50, 55, that's actually a pretty good overperformance in Cap 220. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Browers there. And then as a forward, this is an interesting one. So what I actually want to do here as the forward is, technically I do want to play, I think, João Figueiredo. But I mentioned before that I want to sell Figueiredo, sorry. So that's why he's not in the lineup, because we have him listed. Gradle's not going to play. Victor Edvardsen does start. He has a slightly tricky game, so I wouldn't really expect him to score. If he does score, he's only going to give us a score of 60. If he doesn't score, he's probably going to give us a score of 30, which is also going to hurt our chances to hit the threshold. Thomas Henry, we shouldn't play. He's a sub player at the moment. He's got Roma as well, which is horrible. Antonio, I don't think Antonio is ready to play, is he? Let's have a little look. I don't think he's ready to play. I don't think he's fit enough yet. He had a setback in his recovery. He injured himself again. So yeah, he's nowhere close still, is he? It's not even mentioned here. He's still injured. And then Matty Godin we could play, but I don't want to play him in Threshold. It's not the right competition for him. And the reason being is that he has an L15 of 34, which is perfect for something like Cap 220. Plus, also, he doesn't really have any AA, and his scoring's been too low to trust him to help us to hit the threshold. So 25, 32, 32, 32, 39 is not scoring that you want to be picking a player for to help you hit the threshold of 280. Keki Top, we're selling him too. I need to see whether he is in the lineup. If he's expected to be in the lineup. No. Well, yeah, he is at 60%. Apparently, this youngster has now broken into the first team, and he's expected to kind of lead the line along with Teroda. So I was really kind of happy that we won him as a reward, and I'm kind of happy to keep him. But again, if I was going to use him, I think I'd probably use him in Cap 220 because his L15 is 32. So if we don't end up selling him before the game week starts, we'll probably line him up in Cap 220. But I wouldn't trust him in Cap 240 at the moment. Like, what we really want is we want a forward that has good AA, and kind of the only player that we really have as a forward that has good AA is João Figueiredo. Daryl Dike is great. He's just returned from injury. He's going to be playing more and more, but I think he's still a few games away from starting. He's also got Norwich, which isn't that easy. So I think for the moment, we have to play Victor Edvardsson just because we know that Edvardsson should start. He's the main starter. And he actually done quite well in his last game against Ajax too. We go, Victor Edvardsson at 90%. He looked quite good. He is good. What do you guys think? Is that the team? Because that's the team that I've put together. We haven't changed it. And then I would have as the captaincy, I would have Philip Heisar, because I think his home game against Osnabrück looks really good. What do you guys reckon? Is that hitting the threshold or not? You can also put it together in the lineup builder. Let's do a suggest a lineup as well. Ooh, look at that. That's not too far off from what our team is, isn't it? It actually gives the captaincy to Philip Heisar, and then it says to put Hervey Kofi in there, which I think is a bit of a weird one. I wouldn't do that. It's probably because he has a better L5 and L15, but yeah, we wouldn't do that. And it says to put Richie in as well. What do you reckon, guys? Is that hitting the threshold or not? Yeah, it is really quiet. Wakey. Yeah, I've kind of asked a question to the chat a few times and haven't got an answer. So yeah, it's really quiet. A little bit demoralizing, actually. Not gonna lie. Um, whether this team could hit the. Do you think this team could hit the threshold this weekend or not? Don't really like that we have Victor Edvardsen in here, even though I like him as a player. Just the problem with Edvardsen is he doesn't really have any AA. So then you're kind of really like putting all your chips on him that he's going to get a decisive. And so if he doesn't, he's going to score like really bad. Yeah, Karlsruhe do have a good fixture. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy that I wasn't planning on picking Philip Heiser up. Um, so yeah, I was quite happy with all the rares that I had. But then I just spotted that Philip Heiser was so cheap. I think I picked him up for like £7 or £8 or something. It's just far too cheap for that type of player in the rare. And it's actually worked out well because I think he is for me the standout player this weekend that has the best fixture from all the players I've got. So I'm actually quite grateful that I did pick him up. I want to see what this scores in the lineup builder. As when we done suggest a lineup, it gave me this team instead. So it said Heisar, Kofi, Browers is in there again. But then instead of Ali Varul and Samba Camara, and also instead of Edvardsen, it says Figueredo, Delete, and Kofi. So that team there has a score of 74, which I think is pretty solid. And I think if I didn't have Ali Varul, if I didn't have Camara, if I didn't have Edvardsen, I'd probably play that team. And I think that would probably do okay as well. But I don't think that's a better team than the one that we're thinking of doing. So I do think that Ali Varul has a much, like you can see here, he has better odds for a clean sheet, and his opponent scores roughly the same too. So I think that makes more sense to put Ali Varul in, and then to go then for the stack potential with Camera. The only thing is with Camera is that I need to double check whether he's actually going to start. Have you tried that Sorare probabilities that McBride uses? I haven't, no. Haven't tried it. I know about them. Haven't tried it though. Do you have a Go Ahead Eagles stack, FTS? I don't. No, it looks like that a little bit, doesn't it? Because you can see that I've got Browers and Edvardsen, but this was the old season card when before Victor Edvardsen was there. So yeah, I don't have it. I think if I was going to be playing Sorare today, I would probably have a lot more stacks than I do. But I've, because I kind of got used to building teams without a collection bonus before they added it into the game, I was just always very good at spotting individual players from individual teams that could work quite well. So we don't have a stack. But go ahead, Eagles. No. Let's see what the score we're going to get if we put Advancing in, and if we do Camera, get a score of 69. So that's why the tool's not suggesting that we do it. I need to check with Camera because Camera has been starting recently a lot more, right, than what he was, here. He was injured, to be fair, here. And I feel like when he's fit, he is the main starter and he's been doing really well. But I think I just want to check it as well from the expert to see if there's anything that they are that they're expecting different here. See, look. Samba Camera, they only put him at 40%. Yeah, and this guy's also says Samba Camera not starting. I don't think I really agree with that. I don't think I agree that Camera would not start. Because why would he not start? he's been doing good. He's not suspended. He's not injured. Yeah, he was definitely. Yeah, Delete has these little periods where he goes for a start. He like becomes the starter. He's kind of he's not a sure starter. That's the problem with him. I think this is a good example. This here is a good example of how you shouldn't just go by what the expert's saying. This is really where you need to have that knowledge yourself of your own players, right? Which you build up from using them, from following them, from tracking them. Is that the expert here believes that this guy, Apin Dangoy, is going to play and start ahead of Samba Camera. And he could do, right? Nothing to say that he's definitely not going to. He could start ahead of Camera, but I don't think so. I don't think so. This guy doesn't start enough anyway. Technically, he's probably injured, if that's correct, from Sports Gambler. But he doesn't start regularly. I don't agree with it. Basically, I almost wanted to see the expert say Samba Camera would be like at 60%, right? That's what I wanted to see, 60 or 70% or above, right? Because I don't see it. But I also trust my instincts with this player. Camera. I'm not put off by this, right? Some people would be put off by this and they think, okay, I can't play Camera. But I think I am going to play him because he has been doing well. And since he's come back from injury, I feel like the coach favors him and I feel like the coach trusts him more than he does trusting this guy here. Because this guy is okay. Um, he's not bad. He's a little bit error prone. And you can see that he doesn't really have. He's been at Sivaspor for years, right? And never really cemented his place in the team. So I think that he comes in every now and then to kind of keep him fresh and to keep the competition in the back line alive. But I think when it comes to the centre back partnership, they prefer Camera, and I think it's what's his name? Yeah, this guy here. This guy here always starts. I think he prefers Camera alongside him. What did the expert say? Why Camera isn't starting? He hasn't. I can't see anything. No, let's go into the tools here, Sorare, lineup predictions, and then we can look at it normally. We go into Turkey, then we go down to Sivaspor here. And then somebody's asked a question, which I think they're right to do. They posted it, about an hour ago? So maybe we're going to get a response on it later tonight or something. But somebody has asked the right question of, like, why would Samba Cameron not be starting? Like, what's the thinking that's making the expert think that Camera is going to be on the bench instead of in the starting lineup? Because I don't agree with that at all. So, yeah, which is why we're not going to follow it. But I'd be very keen to hear why he thinks that. Maybe he knows something, right, that we don't. But it's a strange one because it should almost be the other way around. The Camera should be at 60%, and then Apin Dangoy should be at 40%. Because Camera plays a lot more when he's fit, and then Apin Dangoy does not. So yeah, we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to keep him in. We're going to keep him in because I think that, again, it comes back to the knowledge that you have in your own players. And I know this guy and I know how he plays and how he's been picked. So I think he should play. And then the others should be fine. It'd be lovely if we can win the $50 again. We've been doing quite good at winning the $50. So yeah, it'd be nice if we can get another one. Yeah, you're right, Wakey. Yeah, that's the thing that I think is always worth reminding people of, right? Is that just because the expert says that somebody here is at 60% or somebody's here at 70%, doesn't mean that they can't get it wrong, right? They can get it wrong and they have got it wrong before because they're just humans at the end of the day. And as you say, a lot of them are just like fans. So it's always appreciated that they take the time to do this, but it's not like it's written in stone, you know? And so you've also got to use your own judgment and yeah, try and do some research away from this, outside of this too. And I think in this case here, yeah, I'd be really surprised if Camera doesn't start because he is the main starter when he is fit, and he is fit. So yeah, like even the community here on Sorare Data, look. But I don't think there's been many guesses here, have there? Look, 3 guesses to say that he's going to be out. It's not enough to be representative. So that's why it's also misleading when you see the percentages here. I think what they should, maybe this is maybe this isn't correct, right? But I personally would prefer for these percentages to appear when there is an X amount of projections that have been done, right? Because then it's more accurate when, say, 50 people have projected. You're going to get a much more accurate representation of a percentage than you are if, say, how many people have projected here? 3 here, and then 1 here. So only 4 people have projected. I almost feel like it shouldn't project, it shouldn't give you a percentage until like a threshold has been reached where X amount of people have taken the time to project, and then it will reflect a more accurate picture from people out there who also know about the league and whatnot, right? Nice little tier 5 from my 3 win box. Oh, well played. Who did you get, Connor? Free tier scout, do you have Lena Thigh? No, I don't. I don't have him, no. Right. So our Cap 240 is done. Now, here's the thing. We need to... Right. So I do want to have a good go at Cap 220 Rare, but I don't think I want to have a good go at Cap 220 Rare over All-Star because we have a starting goalkeeper and the prize pool in All-Star Rare is always significantly better than what you can get in Cap 220 Rare, even though this is much better now as they really improved the prize pool based on the feedback that we gave them. The month long before was not good for the prize pool, and now it's much better. So I think this has to be the third priority. Cap 240 is the first, and I think All-Star has to be the second. And then kind of after that, it would then be probably Cap 270 and then All-Star Rare Plus, right? So we're then really starting to struggle to put out like proper full teams of good quality. So let's do All-Star Rare next now. I already have a team. I've already put it together, even though Antonio's not going to be in this team, but he's like a placeholder for now. Because again, remember, we are trying to sell players at the moment, and if we don't sell them, then, like, for example, if we don't sell Keiki Top, if we don't sell Daryl Dyke, we don't sell João Figueiredo before the game week, then those guys will just be, like, unlisted, and they'll then make it into our team. So at the moment, we have Antonio in there just to fill the spot, so we can have this team, right? So forget about him for now. Let's take everyone out, actually, apart from Hervey Kofi. What do you think of him in general? I think he's okay. I'm not overly convinced by him. Yeah, I think when I've looked at him before, he just seems a little bit too inconsistent, in my opinion. Oh, you got Rocco Brashkovich, a 17-year-old. How much is he? Probably not a lot, right? But I think for as tier 5s go, that's probably quite a good one, right? Because he's 17. God, he's 17? He's 18 now, and he's at Hashtag. I'd be happy with that. I'd be well happy with that. That's a good one to sit on, isn't it? I feel like any 18-year-old at Hashtag split is a good one to sit on. Yeah, definitely. He's making the bench as well. which is good. So you want to see your 18-year-olds, if they're not starting, they're at least making the bench, right? They're making the squad. That's wow, that's a good one, man. This is a good example of like a tier 5 that makes sense, right? Where even if I won this player, I'd probably think to myself, okay, yeah, 59p. Obviously, it's rubbish, right? The value, but actually, the bigger value is the fact that you have an under 23 player for another 6 years, right? He's playing for a top team. Um, Sit on him. He's the one to sit on. And this type of player would be great for new managers to win. Technically, they wouldn't be able to use him, but if Sorare want to try and incentivize holding on to cards, then winning like a nice youngster like that as a tier 5, you know, is not really playing at the moment, but also doesn't have the value, that means that you can just offload them straight away and then just try and make money from them, because you can't really. So it's just like, it's a gem, sit on it and wait for, well, yeah, it's a golden egg, isn't it? Wait for the golden egg to hatch. All right. So, what are we doing for All-Star Rare? Who's our midfielder, first of all? Ah, okay. I know what I've done here before. So, we have 3 Gaziantep players that, to be honest with you, I kind of need to play. And their L15s are quite high, which means that I can't really play them in Cap 220. We have Ogden with an L15 of 49. We have Arda with an L15 of 49. We have Pappy with an L15 of 46. So trying to fit those 3 into Cap 220 is going to be a bit of a nightmare, because like you need to be able to find more players with an L15 of under 40. And 2 of those players are at L15s of 50, basically. So I did stick them into All-Star because I do want to play them. I don't think this is a bad fixture for them. And I think that I'm probably going to keep them in. Arda, Pappy, Ogden. We want to try and play them all together, right? Because if we have them all playing for the same team, let's just try and stack. So that then if they end up winning, yeah, it's probably going to hurt our chances in threshold. But then because we have Camera and Ali Varul, right? The threshold. So that stacks in there. But then having this stack here would then mean that if it goes wrong for Sivaspor, we're going to be up on Gaziantep. So it's going to put us in a good position in All-Star. So it's almost like we can't lose by having stacks in 2 different teams, right? Like one of these will come off for us, hopefully. So let's put Pappy in. Then let's put Ogden back in. Let's put Arda in as well, like that. Let's double check it as well. I think they're all expected to play. Like that. And we go Arda, Pappy, Ogden at 70%. Yeah, I agree. I think that's actually pretty solid. Who would be our forward if we... Who would be our forward here? I mean, technically, it could be Keiki top. I don't think I want to put Matty Godin in. I think I do want to sell João Figueiredo more than I want to sell Keki top. Even though I'd like to sell Keki top too. It's just Keki top's a lot younger. I think we would probably put Keki top in here if we don't end up selling him. He does actually have a difficult game, so it's not that great. But he's a youngster, so I don't think he'll be that fearful of that game. And it's the Bundesliga 2, so there's loads of goals in the Bundesliga 2. Yeah. And then what it kind of means is that then what we could potentially do if we don't sell Daryl Dyke is we could play, say, Daryl Dyke in Cap 220. Yeah. So I think at the moment, yeah, the only player that would probably change here is that we would take Antonio out and we would put probably Keki Top in here. And I think we'd keep the captaincy on Pappy, Mr. Reliable, most of the time. So that team hasn't really changed, actually. Yeah, that team hasn't changed. It's just we would need to change the forward. I'd like to see what I'd like to see what the lineup builder is going to say for that. Let's do All-Star Rare. Let's suggest a new lineup. Hmm. Okay. So again, it's kind of saying that we should be playing João Figueiredo and Richie. We wouldn't play Richie because we wouldn't break up that stack. We would play Pappy. I mean, Eric Bokat's quite good too, but we can't play Bokat because then we can't play Arda and Pappy. If Bokat was, we have three, we need to play the three. It does make it a little bit tricky where we're going to play Bokat though. Yeah. So it would be something like that, wouldn't it? Quite a nice reward to win this guy. What is he at the moment? Eh? Why can't we see this? Why can't we see anything here for him? I mean, I think he was a tier 4 for us, actually. He was a tier 3. Tier 3. Probably a tier 4 now, though. Nah, probably still a tier 3, actually, based on his value. Don't know why we can't see it. Usually you can see it, no? In here. Doesn't seem to be working. Bit bizarre. When do you think you could move up to SR maybe next season? Technically, I have already. I was talking about it earlier. I bought my first super rare yesterday. Only a budget one and not really a player that I think could be covered, but we've technically made the step up already. I need to get one more rare goalkeeper. I need to get an America rare goalkeeper. Then once I've done that, I can then, I don't need to buy any more rares after that. Well, I might need to buy another one, but not really. I could probably get by without. Um, but then I can start to focus on super rare. Yeah, exactly. It's a start. It's a start. It's getting you on the board, isn't it? It's getting you on that ladder. And I already had his limited and his rare, so it actually it's fitting that it was this guy. Yeah, because now I've got him in every scarcity apart from unique. So yeah, we're on there. And I thought his price was too cheap as well. Very good for a super rare. So yeah, we'll be there soon. We'll be there soon. As soon as we get the next, as soon as we get our next rare goalkeeper, and then we may get like another rare midfielder, potentially like an America midfielder. Then I think we're in a great position on rare. And then all we need to do is just try and yield returns from the rares. So try and yield some card rewards and trying to yield more threshold. But we wouldn't require any further investment in rare after that. We could then move it to super rare. What about yourself, Anathabam? I can't remember. Are you already competing in rare or super rare? Sorry. Can't remember your gallery, how your gallery's made up. Let's do Cap 220 now as well. I need to think about this one because, yeah, this is our third priority. You're sticking to limited for now. Have you bought any limited cards at all for rivals, specifically for rivals? I put a little a tweet out about that yesterday to see, almost like a poll, just to kind of get an idea how many people have actually dipped into their pocket to spend on rivals since it has been released. And it doesn't seem like there's a huge amount that really have. There's probably different reasons for that. Yeah, always for pro. Yeah, cool, man. I'm doing rivals today. Yeah, I am. There's not a lineup that we need to do at the moment. I can do it later, but I'll probably do the sporting game. I don't tend to do a lot of games for rivals. Actually, I do like one or two now at the moment a day. What are the games that you guys are focusing on rivals today? Like, what are the matches that you are really excited about? I like that actually, Wakey. Yeah, I like that, man. It's almost like feeling like you hit the milestone, and then once you hit it, then you can kind of move to the next one, right? So once you hit a podium or get close to one, then you can move up. I quite like that strategy, man. Have you been close to any podiums recently at all with your limiteds? I think you did, right? You got quite close recently, no? You got quite close to a podium recently. I swear you did, because you had a really strong team that done really well, didn't you, in the game week in limited, and you got quite a good reward from it, right? I think you even didn't you drop out of the podiums or something, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, Egypt Ghana will be a close one. Yeah, I think the Afcon games today are all going to be close. Actually, even the Equatorial Guinea one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Feyenoord. Hello to Elias Paperhands as well. Yeah, I think that's smart, Noli. I agree with you. I don't think you want to be doing that Guinea game ranked, so you're smart not to do it ranked, man. It's very difficult, that game to call. I think I was even looking at that game. In case you guys don't know, I was looking at the Guinea game, and I think the odds are even. Like they're split evenly. When I was looking at it anyway, they were split evenly across pretty much all outcomes. We can look at it now. Yeah, look, it's changed a little bit now. So now Equatorial Guinea are 2.4, and the draws 2.9, and Guinea-Bissau are 3.1. But if you've been on the streams regularly enough, you'll know that we've talked about odds a lot of the time, especially around Pookie. And actually what this tells you is that they don't have a clue. Like the bookies don't really have a clue where this is going because there is not a big difference between these odds here. So it's almost like roller dice. Roll a dice and see what happens, you know? Hey, 2 volts as well. How you doing, Volts, man? I'm good, man. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it, man. Right, let's try and get this team sorted. So we have Tascaran, but I think we're going to play Tascaran with the double game week in Cap 240 to give us 2 2 chances to try and hit the threshold, right? That means that we then have to select either Mark Martinez or Florian Kastenmeier. Now, I don't like the scoring that we're getting from Mark Martinez. He's delivered a score of 11, 18, and 14 in the last 3 games. So it's pretty horrible. So what I'm thinking is that we should play our best goalkeeper that we have here, which is Kastenmeier, to give us the best chance of getting a good score. Because I do want to do quite well in Cap 220 the month long now. I didn't before when the prize pool was poor, but now the prize pool is a bit better. I want to give this a bit more of a serious go. I don't mind if we stick Mark Martinez in All-Star Limited, because the reality is that we're not going to win anything more than a tier 5 in All-Star Limited. And that's even if we get into the prizes, right? So I think Kastenmeier has to stay in here. I'm excited. I've invested into a Cap 240 rare team. Oh, wow. Volts, congratulations to you, man, for taking that step up into rare. Can you tell us the team that you've bought? Can you tell us the team and how much it cost? And yeah, tell us why you put that team together. That'd be quite cool to know, man. I'd love to hear the team. I was close to top 5 last week and was waiting to get a top 3 plus over £100, but wasn't to be. I'll be close this week. What's the strongest team that you're thinking of putting out this weekend, Wakey? And where? Like, what is the competition with your limiteds that you try and target the most? Is it All-Star? Because you have quite a few, Challenge Europe type players, don't you? With your Feyenoord boys. Don't target anyone in particular. Let's try and work this team out as we're talking, and I changed a few. So going strong in all comps from now on. Oh, cool. I'll tell you the team I'd love constructive criticism. It's Dimitar, Mitov, Zhao, Mario, Porto, Suso, Skov, and Paulson. That's actually pretty good. It's pretty good, man. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I'm not. Are we talking about what Paulson are we talking about here? We're talking about a Paulson, like the Leipzig Paulson. Which Paulson are we talking about here? We're talking about Youssef Paulson. Are we? Okay. I think he's, to be honest with you, I think he's the weak link in your team. Because, first of all, you don't really know when he's going to play and when he's going to start. I think he will probably start more now that Werner's gone, right? But I also don't think he scores that great. Doesn't really have much AA, which makes him a bit tricky, the threshold. But I get why you picked him up, because he's got a chance now to play more with Werner out the way. Hello also to Justinaz Budris. What kind of team is this? Which one? It's around €350. I had some money left over from selling limiteds, but I've obviously invested. Wow. €350, honestly. How good is that? That you've been able to build the team that you've just said in the chat for €350, honestly. I think it's so good, it's almost too good. It's almost too good that you've built a €350 rare team for the starting goalkeeper, and now you can challenge for £50 or $50 each game week. It's too good. It really is, isn't it? It's too good, guys, really. I mean, it's great. It's great, and I'm glad you've taken the the opportunity to do it. I've said it before though. I do think that everyone needs to mentally prepare themselves that Sorare are gonna say that the threshold's gonna be reduced, as it's too high. I mean, it's great. It's great. You know, I don't want them to reduce it. I want, you know, everyone wants to win more, right? But I think also it's too high versus the cost of building a team to win it. And then also the problem that we have in the game is that there's not much more of an incentive really to compete in the bigger, wider competitions, right? Outside of Cap 240. So incredible. Try and hit the threshold as much as you can. As much as you can, Volts, man. Much as you can, buddy. Whilst it's there. And whilst it's it's $50. Right, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. So we're gonna put Castameyer in. Okay. As a midfielder, I do think that we need to probably try and pick. I think we do need to pick Ali Karimi here. Browers we're using in 240. Kadri's not going to play. He's away with the Algerian national team, but he's not really part of it. If I'm honest with you, he's not going to play. Ogden we have in All-Star Rare. Chadley, even if Chadley was going to play, he has an away game against Club Brugge, which is horrible. Billy Mitchell we could play, but I don't trust Billy Mitchell in this game. Laird was suggesting if they remove threshold, it gets redistributed. Yeah. But I think this is it's funny because whenever I've talked about, and I'm actually glad that Laird was talking about that. I watched a bit of it on the podcast, right? Whenever I've talked about this before, like I feel like people have misunderstood what I've been trying to say, and maybe I haven't explained it properly in the past, right? Whenever I've sort of said that the threshold's probably going to be like not removed, but like reduced, right? That doesn't mean that Sorare are basically going to say it's 50. Now it's like it's 40 or it's 30. And then it then just means that like that money doesn't go back into the game because they still need people to win like enough money in the game so they can spend more money in the game so that then it actually makes the cards attractive. It makes the competitions attractive. But kind of the situation you've got, and that we all know, we can all see it, right? Is that you don't even need to spend a lot of money anymore to build that team to win you $50, right? And then kind of what you've got is you've got exactly what Laird talked about on the podcast, which is like, if you can win $50 in Cap 240 just for hitting 280 points, and this, unfortunately, again, it was kind of, maybe I need to rephrase stuff, or maybe people just have I don't know, like a slight agenda against me and they don't want to understand what I'm saying. But I kind of tried to put this point across in a tweet recently, but where I kind of showed my All-Star Rare team and I showed my Cap 240 Rare team. And my All-Star Rare team got significantly more points, but it didn't win anything. And it would have had to have got 350 points or whatever to win a card reward worth £10, right? And that's just the card reward. There's no cash reward at that level either. Whereas in Cap 240, all I needed to do was hit 280 points to hit like $50, right? And to be honest with you, it's quite easy to do once you like work out the magic formula, which is what we always talk about on the stream about. This is the type of player for threshold. This player isn't. Why is that type of player the player for threshold? Because they have good AA, because they play all the time, they're reliable, they don't yin and yang, they're quite middle of the road. But if you can build up the XP on them, that'll be enough to take you across the line, right? And so kind of what I was saying in the tweet was that for me, it doesn't incentivize me at the moment to buy more players to build teams in those proper competitions, because if I can just win the $50, right, with a 280 score, and with players that aren't even elite players, right, then, but then if I ended up buying more elite players and I ended up getting a reward that was maybe not £10, but maybe it was like £20 or £25 or £30, but I would need to say get a score of like 400 points or more in order to get that type of reward. But then there's also not enough cash there to make it more worthwhile that I go into that than I do into Captive 40. Then it kind of needs to change. You almost need to have more cash incentives at the different other competitions. And I actually agreed with Laird because it's kind of something that we've been talking about, but unfortunately, I don't know, it just hasn't really resonated with a lot of people. No, Twitter really isn't the place for sensible discussion. Absolutely not. It's not. And often, what you'll find, Noel, is that we have a lot of good discussions about Sorare and things that could be improved and things that could be tweaked. And you guys come up with loads of good ideas as well that we discuss, right? I think the frustrating thing is that, you guys that are on here will then know about it, right? But then there's so much of a bigger community out there that maybe don't jump on the streams, that then only just see the stuff that we then kind of talk about on Twitter, that I mentioned on Twitter, that is then maybe related to a much more deeper, much more rounded out conversation, because there's only so much you can say on Twitter, right? And so a lot of the time people aren't getting the full picture of what you mean. Okay, they will get it when they come on the streams, right? But most of the time, people are often not jumping on the streams, or they don't catch up with the content, and they just then make a judgment on what you say on Twitter, right? But then there's a much more deeper like story to it that we've kind of fleshed out on the streams, right? So I think that's often the frustration, is that we actually have a lot of good conversations, and we have a lot of good ideas about things that could be done differently. It's always misconstrued or misinterpreted, or I think a lot of some managers out there just kind of seem to have a bit of an agenda, where when we mention something, that they think that we're attacking the game, whereas actually we're not, because we spent half an hour talking about it all together. And actually, it sounds like there's some merit maybe to that idea, or like that that change that could happen in the game. So it is frustrating, man. I found when I was leaving Sorare, I missed tracking players in games, so that's why I prefer limited, just so I can follow most players. How much did you reinvest back into limited, Wakey? When you, because can't remember asking you that, but how much did you put back into limited when you decide to start again? Gallery's worth about 1,400. Oh, wow. So you got some high elite limited players then, haven't you? Ali Karimi, I think we need to put in here. I do like this fixture for Ali Karimi. He has the potential to do well, but he also might just do okay. But that's fine. In Cap 220, that's fine. There's Ali Karimi. Right. Here comes the tricky bit. Here comes the tricky bit. Kevin Kraus, I don't think is going to play. And I think even if Kevin Kraus was going to play, do we really want to pick him? I don't think so. Chidozie, I don't think is going to play either for the Nigerian national team. He's not playing at the moment for them. We need to check Richie. Is Richie really not expected to play this game? He's at 50%. And the other player who will be 50% with him will be Owen Vindal. There we go, Owen Vindal. Yeah. I actually nearly picked up Owen Vindal's rare about a month and a half ago. And I got outbid in an auction by him, or by another manager, because the other manager wanted to pay an extortionate amount for him. and I just wasn't prepared to pay it. I think he ended up paying like £40 for Owen Windale, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things is actually probably quite good. But at the time, he was kind of going for like £25 or £30 maximum. So I was like, nah, you have him for that? I think now, how much is he now? I haven't looked at him in a while, but isn't he less than £20 now, Owen Windale? Yeah, look, he's like less than £20 now. He's very good, so this is a good time to pick him up. But yeah, like his new season card. So when I was trying to, when was it? I was trying to pick up the card. Yeah, I think it was this one here. Yeah, see, look, about a month ago, I think it was actually this one here I was trying to buy. And this guy, let's have a little look. Maybe it shows, was it this here? Maybe it wasn't, because I don't see any of my bids in here. But I was in a bid with a card and it went really high. Maybe it was this one. Was it this one? Where's my bids here? I can't remember which one it is. I don't think you can't see me here. I don't know. There was a card. I don't know where it is, but there was a card that I was in on, and it just went too much. It was too high. It was far too high. Yeah, it was far too high based on. Oh, was it this one? I'm curious now. I must want to find it. Yeah, here we go. Is this one here? Look, it was this one here. You can see I was bidding for him, and then I kind of got outbid by this guy. My maximum was like 30. He took it to 32, so he just outbid me. It wasn't as high as I thought, actually, but it was kind of high, too high at the time for this type of player that wasn't playing. He's not a sure starter. He's actually been quite poor for Antwerp, but we know he's a really good player. And I wasn't too in a rush to pick him up either, because as you guys know in Sorare, if you buy somebody for like £30, £32, and he's not starting and he's not even doing that great, then his price is going to come down. So I haven't missed out at all on him. If anything, if I wanted to get him now, I could get him for less than £20, and probably I'll be able to get him for like 15 or something, the way his price is going. But it's stabilized a bit now. I reckon it'll probably come down a bit more. So I'll probably end up picking him up. But yeah, I'm actually quite happy now that I didn't buy him for 32 or 30, because it's too high, really. So Richie's at 50-50. I don't think we want to put a 50-50 into Cap 220, which is a competition we're kind of we're serious about trying to do well in. So our alternatives then are Jonathan Boatu, Jonathan Harris, who to be honest with you is probably not going to play. We'll check it now though. I'm pretty sure he's not going to play. I bought him more as like a long-term hold. Ooh. Well, there you go. You learn something every day. He is projected to play at 80%. Ooh. Okay. And he's got a home game against Eupen. That's actually quite attractive now. That is quite attractive. What's the reason? I think he had I think Harris had a bit of an injury. They've already decided that they're not going to be extending his contract. So come this summer, he's going to be a free agent if he hasn't found another club. What's this here? Da, 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 da. Since it's a really important game against Eupen, okay. Harris and Biron were back and did play. Klaus is still injured. Let's have a quick look then at RWDM. Because the experts saying they played a cup game, which they lost 2-0. Jonathan Harris played in it. He's very good when he plays. He can be very good. And this technically is a really important game for them because they need to win it. Like, if they're going to have any chance of staying up, look. This is almost like a 6-pointer game. They have a nice margin against Eupen, but Eupen know they need to win it. and Molenbeek know that they must win this type of game at home to give themselves a chance of staying up and avoiding relegation. Okay. So we could probably put Jonathan Harris in here as the defender. I was thinking of playing Bokat in here. I don't like that we're not playing Bokat anywhere. Even though he has a horrible game, it's still Bokat. Maybe we need to put Bokat, bizarrely enough, maybe we need to put Bokat into either All-Star Rare Pro or All-Star Plus, sorry, or Cap 270. Because now that we have Jonathan Harris, who has a home game against Eupen, I do think that I want to take that. There's not going to be many fixtures that I'm going to want to play the RWD boys, but I think this is one of them. After they have an away game to Mechelen, then they have an away game to USG. So I don't even want to touch him for those two games, if I'm honest with you. But this home game against Eupen could be a lot better. Could be the type of game where he could deliver that. Where is it? He could get back to doing something like that. So why don't we put Jonathan Harris in as the defender? Also got Jonathan Boatu, who we might play too. We probably will have to. But as the main defender, let's put Harris in here. Harris was so cheap. I bought Harris, look, for £2.12 12 days ago. It's just a bargain. Just an absolute bargain for a player that can potentially hit you hundreds, right? That's why I always say to you guys, try and look out for these bargains if you can. Because you literally can't go wrong picking up a rare for that kind of price at all. He's not even that old. He's like, what is he, like 33 or something now? I think he's 33, right? Yeah, he's 33. Got another good, like, three or so years in him. Got to go on school run, but we'll leave it on as if I'm here. Oh, thanks, man. Wakey, you legend. Thank you so much, buddy. Hi, mate. You think Van Brederode, AZ player, Willie will play? I'm probably the wrong person to ask for that. I'm honest with you. Mattia Fontana. I'm the wrong person to ask for that. It'd be worth reaching out to the expert on Play Sharper to see what they will think. I'd much rather be honest. I'm always honest, rather than just sort of bullshit you and say, yeah, I think he's going to play when I don't know, actually. So, yeah, if you find out, let us know. Sure, because I'm sure there'll be others in the chat that'll want to benefit from that too. But yeah, try and reach out to the Play Sharper expert. Even if you just write a little comment in the chat of the game, if you don't see him or you don't see any information, you've got enough time for the expert to respond back to you. So yeah, you'll probably get an answer on it. Okay, so Harris goes in, Karimi goes in. Our forward, we could play two forwards here. We could play two forwards. We're thinking about playing Keki Top in All-Star. João Figueiredo, we are trying to sell. Thomas Henry, we don't really want to play, even if he is expected to start. And then Matty Godin. Okay. So what I'm just trying to figure out here is do we really sell João Figueiredo and Keki Top now? I don't think we can anyway, but do we really want to have them up listed? Would it just be better if we just lock them into the teams now? Because then it's done, right? Then we almost don't need to think about it anymore. Like Matty Godin, we can play here, but to be honest with you, I don't think I really want to. Like Matty Godin's more of like a backup for me at the moment. He's not been scoring that good. When he does score, he doesn't really tend to score more than 70, 80. He's probably going to start because he does tend to start. It's probably a good reason for him not to start, though, because he hasn't really been, that he's at 50%. That's kind of the issue, is that he's not really been doing enough, probably to justify that he's going to continue to start. He needs to produce more goals or more attacking returns, right? So it's then kind of now making me think, well, who are we going to play in here? Like if we wanted to play Bocat in here, oh look, if we did want to play Bocat in here, which I don't technically think we want to do it. Then if we don't play Bocat in here, we're literally just going to waste one of our best players in a throwaway team like Cap 270, which I really don't care about, and we're not going to have a starting goalkeeper. So I feel like we need to play Bocat, even if he's got a hard fixture here. But then we have 29, which like sounds like impossible for us to fill out, but actually we can do it because we have Daryl Dike. Now Daryl Dike isn't probably going to start, but he will come off the bench, and if he comes off the bench, Daryl Dike can get a winner against Norwich. So maybe this is what we need to do. Maybe we need to put Daryl Dike in. We need to delist or unlist Daryl Dike, even though it'd be lovely to sell him and make a profit. And then we can put Bocat in here. And then it just gives us a chance where we could maybe hit a good score for the game week in Cap 220 and maybe post a really impressive score for the month long. We need to put Bocat in. If we don't put Bocat in, we're wasting him. I had a question for you to Scout. I tend to buy cards that are out of the current season, but obviously a little bit higher price. Do you do the same or tend to opt for older season cards? I kind of tend to do a mix, right? So what I tend to do, it's a good question, by the way, Volts. What I tend to do is I'll tend to just try and find players that, for me, offer really good value. So what they can potentially offer me in the game versus what they cost is just too good. I can't ignore it. And then whatever card is available that then I feel I can get for the lowest price, I'll then get. And I don't really mind. I'm not really too bothered about season cards, if I'm honest with you. Because when you do it that way, like you're not really building a collection. You're just picking up like random players from random teams, right? Like here's a good example. You know, like I bought Jonathan Harris. I bought his old card for £2.12. I could have got his new season card, which was cheap, but I don't have a RWDM kind of collection. And so for me, it doesn't really feel like it's worth getting the new season card when I can get him his old season card for a lot cheaper and then just build up the XP on it. So it's kind of a mix, really. It's a mix, right? If I can get the new season cards as well, and I feel like I can get them for just as cheap as the old season cards, I'll try and do that because then it's going to benefit you, right, in the season, because then you'll be able to get quicker growth on the season bonus, right? Not a season bonus, but then the XP on top of the season bonus then means that you get a bigger bonus, right? Quicker. So yeah, try and do a mix, really. It all comes down to like the players, though. It's always about the players rather than the cards. Do we want to do this? I think we might want to do this, you know. How do you you said you tend to buy the cards that are out of the current season, obviously a little bit higher in price, right? So for example, are you buying like MLS and J League and K League cards now? I mean, if you are, it's smart. You should be doing it. There's also, be careful. There's also one thing you've got to keep in mind is that when you buy these cards now, still try and get them as cheap as you can, because in like a month's time or so, month and a half, Sorare are going to release the new season cards for the MLS and the J League, probably the K League as well. And then what that's going to do is then obviously your card values are going to take a bit of a hit, right? So, but if you don't care about that, and if you're just building teams, right, and you're not really thinking about selling them on and whatnot, then it is the right time to do it. Yeah, picking them out season, definitely. A few South America L15-0 options that are pretty cheap for this game week. Do give us a few names then. Elias Paper Hands. You're teasing us there. Give us a few names if you can. Do we captain Jonathan Harris here? I think we do. I think we do captain Jonathan Harris here. Because he has a higher ceiling than Ali Karimi. Ali Karimi can do good, but Ali Karimi doesn't really tend to hit scores of 80 or 90 the way he plays, right? So you can see here that he's only hit 2 scores of 80 and above. That was a long time ago. That was game week 158. Doesn't really tend to do it. Can hit a score like this, which would be really good in Cap 220. But we're not really expecting him to hit a score of 70, 80, whereas someone like Jonathan Harris can do it. He can hit a score of 85. He can hit a score of 90. He can hit a score of 100. He can do it. He doesn't do it also very often, but I think that there is a higher upside to him. Not really. I tend to buy players that I have at least watched or have seen that they have good peaks and maybe in bad form at the moment. The goalkeeper is the only one that isn't. Smart, man. Which Espinoza are we talking about? Are we talking about what Espinoza? The Espinoza playing in Mexico. Because I was looking at him yesterday and the day before, and he's really, really cheap. The Espinoza who used to play for. Are you talking about Bernard Espinoza? Don't know who you mean really. Let's have a look. Okay, this guy here. I gotta be honest, I'm not too familiar with him. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this guy. He does have a good L15 though, 0, doesn't he? Is he actually expected to start in the next game, or what's the deal with him? Because it looks like he's been on the bench for a while, so why is he now expected to come back into the... Well, he's at a different club now, isn't he? He's at Atletico Nacional. Is he not at Atletico Nacional, or is he at Girona? Where's he at? Okay, cool. Oh, very cool, man. So you've got him. Are you selling him, or are you looking to use him? I mean, a good one if you're looking to use him, for sure. Let's put this lineup into the lineup builder. I want to see what the lineup builder would do. So cap 220 rare, suggest a lineup. Okay, so discount him. It would tell us to do task round, which we're going to use in a different competition. Let's take these guys out as well. We're using him in a different one. Should really have saved it because then it won't select them. Let's just do it properly now. Let's take him out as well. So if we put Dyke in, because he fits with his L15. And then if we take the limiteds out, we put the rares in. And then we have Jonathan Harris here, who technically has quite a good chance for the clean sheet. Then we've also got Jonathan Boatu. Jonathan Boatu probably has, yeah. It's kind of a bit of a shame that we're not playing Jonathan Boatu. I'm going to be a bit annoyed if we play Jonathan Harris and he doesn't play. Can you imagine that? Um, Apparently he's expected to start, so and I quite like the fixture, but yeah, it's also cap 220, so it's not really like a big deal breaker, but yeah, especially that we've got Boatu, who's got quite an attractive game. But I think then what it means is we put Boatu in All Star Plus. I think I do want to do that actually. 3 points left over. Yeah, let's do it. It's going to delist Daryl Dyke, which is a bit of a shame. That's really not bad. Yeah. We know we're going to get the sub points from Daryl Dyke, so we have to hope that Dyke scores. But that's the thing with a forward is that even if a forward starts like Daryl Dyke, he's only realistically going to get like a score of 35 because he's going to need to score or get an attacking return to score well. So in many ways, it's like, well, 35, 25, of course, it's 10 points. It's a difference, right? But the grand scheme of things is that he's going to score badly, whether he starts or he doesn't start, if he doesn't get a decisive. So I don't mind putting a sub player in there because we need him to get a decisive. And if he doesn't, we're pretty much getting the same kind of score anyway. That means then that maybe I just want to commit to doing, I think I do now. Like I was entertaining selling, and I think that I'm probably just going to be in the same position like tomorrow where our players haven't sold. That's how little faith I have in the market, unfortunately, in the secondary market, is that I don't even feel confident. I don't even feel like it's realistic that my players are going to sell by tomorrow. It's not like we're desperate to sell them either. We'd be happy to use them in this game week. Apart from João Figueiredo, I think João Figueiredo we could leave up, I think. But if we go back into All Star, we take Antonio out and we put Keki Top in there like that. It's going to delist him. It's fine. So now that's almost like the complete team now. Cap 240, we can keep our Cap 240 with advancing up front. Okay. And then, where's it at? Right. Then we need to probably put our D team in All Star Rare Plus, and then our E team in Cap 270 Rare. Let's do that. Okay. So Nasa Chadley's injured. Ah, so it's probably then Billy Mitchell here, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's Billy Mitchell here. And then probably Richie here as well. Or Thomas Henry, but probably Richie. Like that. Then our what have we got in kickoff here? Kickoff super rare. Okay, we just got like, yeah, that team there, which is like complete throwaway. Okay. And then cap 270, rare. Oh, we've got Sandy Walsh as well. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, that's wrong. Might as well do we might as well do that on All-Star Rare, where we put Sandy Walsh in instead of Richie, just because we don't really know whether Richie's going to play. Whereas Sandy Walsh is a starter, so let's at least put him in. Didn't forgot about him actually. There he is down up here, Sandy Walsh. Who's been your favorite ever rare pickup? For example, a player you bought and went up in price or that has massively overperformed. Anders Dreyer. Yeah, Anders Dreyer was my favorite rare pickup. I bought him when he was really cheap at the time for like £330 or something. And then he ended up shooting up to about £1,500 and I didn't sell him at the time. So one of my kind of regrets that I didn't sell him. But yeah, one of my favorite players too. Yeah, and I kind of almost miss not having an Anders Dreyer rare in the gallery. So, I'd love to be able to win him. Anders Dreyer. Yeah, Anders Dreyer, this guy here. Anders Dreyer. Plays for Anderlecht. This guy here. Yeah, I had his rare. I could have bought his rare again because his rare ended up getting to about £50 about a month or so ago. Yeah, alert. Like, I technically could have bought him when he was around here. The reason I didn't was because I'm stupid. He's one of my favorite players, actually, and a lot of the guys on the channel know he is literally one of my favorite players that's playing right now. And I used to have his limited, I used to have his rare, and there was a good opportunity for me to get back into his rare. I didn't take it. Now he's about £110. So, kind of, I think if I want to get back into him again, I probably now need to wait until the end of the season. Yeah. Until he gets really cheap again. I think when he was about 40, £50, I think that was the lowest that he's ever been in his rare. Yeah, it was. Look, 30, £40. He's never been that low. So that was a really good time to pick him up. But yeah, you can see this is where I bought him. 337. I should have technically sold him up here when he got to 1,334, something like that. But then I didn't, and then it crashed, and then I was like, oh, God, let's just sell him and make some profit. And so then, yeah, I sold him for 519. So I made, I don't know, 170, 180, something like that. Which in the grand scheme of things wasn't that great when you consider the opportunity potential I had, but hey, it's fine. I'm actually glad that I did sell him then because then his price dropped off a cliff. Look, it then went from 519 down to 223 about, yeah, like a month and a half, 2 months later. And then now, of course, it's like crazy low. So the right decision. Okay, let's do that team. And then for cap 270, so for cap 270, we need to pick Richie. And now we're kind of struggling. Probably Sander van der Streek. Don't think these guys are ready yet, are they? Like Patrick Vimmer, I don't think is ready. No, doesn't look like it. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much because this is like a throwaway team for us. But yeah, if we can at least try and pick somebody that's got a chance of getting on the pitch, that'd be better. Yeah, he's still injured, isn't he? I think he's still a long way from being fit as well, Patrick Vimmer. He's always injured. Molon seems to be always injured at the moment too. Haven't really got any use out of Molon since he's moved, which is a bit of a shame. Is anyone asking what's going on? Is Molon completely out? He's not fit yet. He's been almost 2 years that he's not fit. He's really struggling, Molon. Really struggling. So I guess we have to put Sander van der Streek in there. We're going to struggle to put out anything here. And then we might as well then do, yeah, Gradle and Thomas Henry, which isn't even that good. Gradle and then Thomas Henry here. And just hope that Gradle gets on the pitch, which I don't think he will. But again, it doesn't really matter because it's like a throwaway team. So it's not like it's going to win us any rewards or anything. Where's oh, Thomas Henry's down here. Here we go. Yeah, Cameron Carter's Vickers being £10 is really low. Yeah, that's crazy low. I agree. I didn't know he was that low, to be honest with you. I think that's mental that he's that low. I think it's a sorry state of where we are in the game with the market that those types of players are really low at around £10. I mean, it's great to pick them up, but it's also not great if you win. It's great if you win that type of player because he's excellent, but you're probably going to also be a bit disappointed if you get him because it might require a lot to get a reward worth £10. That's the big issue, isn't it? With the rewards being so low or the card values being so low, then means that the rewards are so low as well, doesn't it? Right, are we done here with Cap 270 Rare? I think we are. And then our All-Star Rare Plus here, where we're not actually entering a Super Rare. And we have a DMP goalkeeper, but you never know. It could surprise us, right? Okay, so I think we're done with our rare teams for now. We have a kickoff super rare because now I have a super rare. I can throw one in, but obviously he doesn't have a game. So this is just to try and get some additional XP, but I don't think we will. We'll do it anyway, though. Why not? And then we only have a handful of teams for limited. We've got basically 3: Cap 240, Cap 220, and All Star. Cap 240, I'm thinking we're going to do this stack here. The issue is that Carricker's probably injured. So we need to check it. Where's he gone? Here we go. Taskaran, Halujanai, Balkovic, okay. And then Carricker at 60%, but then Cordova. Okay, I don't mind it. Because it then means that, because they have the double game week, Cordova might get more minutes in the next game. We don't really have many options anyway. And I don't want to break the stack up. Yeah. So that team stays the same. Then Cap 220. Okay. So we've also got the limited of Philip Hyson. I think, again, he has a really good fixture. We have him as the captain in the rare, so I like having him in here as well. Jamiro Montero is the star player, actually, for Cape Verde. So we need to keep him in. It's a difficult game, but he's the type of player that can give a score of 60 points or more, just from his AA. Matt Godin, I don't really want to play, but we don't really have another option. So it has to be Matt Godin there. And then in terms of our goalkeepers, we don't actually have a ton that we can fit in. Like if Manuel Ryman is a cost of 50, then it means that we can, at the moment, go up to 53, but we don't actually have one. We've got Becker, we've got Allison, who we could play instead of Manuel Ryman, but then it means that we break up a stack. And I don't think this is a good stack either. Bochum at home against Stuttgart, but like if we've only then got 37 then to play with, if we put Becker in there, because Becker would go up to 2. So Becker would take it from 50 to 52, then we'd have 37 instead of 39. We don't realistically have a limited card at 37 or below that is really worth playing. Oh, that being said, we've got Issa Kabor. What Issa Kabor? But he's up against Algeria. Ivan Marquez, Dario Dumic. Don't really want to play these two. And then we've got Masovic with 10%, Kabor with 14%. Kabor's very hit and miss, though. Yeah, so I think we would just play Masovic, who's coming off the back of an 84, and then Ryman with 70. All right, time to take a break. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Welcome to the real world.
All right, we're back again. Just tuning in and wondering what we've been up to. We've just spent the last few hours planning and finalizing our lineups for the weekend on Sorare. I think we've done it now for limited and for rare. So I think I'm pretty happy with it. We'll do another double check on it before the game week starts in 23 hours and 49 minutes. So we go live again tomorrow. We can check it, but this is pretty much the lineups that we're going to be running. So All-Star Limited. Actually, to be fair, we didn't look at All-Star Limited. We done Cap 240, Cap 220, and then we didn't do All-Star Limited. So this is actually the one that we need to look at. I don't think we're going to be able to change it too much, though. Might as well look at it again. Thank you also, Nasty Flame, for the follow. Yeah, I jumped the gun on that one. I was saying that we've done our lineups, but actually we need to just make sure we want to play the players that we do here. Yeah, so we have Pappy in here, and we have Bart Van Royge as well. Okay. I think we do this, actually. Do Armored a Goose there. I think we do play Gimba. Who have we got in the chat still, by the way? Chat's really quiet. How many of you guys are still here? Knocking about? Got a really bad forward. We don't have a forward, actually. So we'd have to play Benji. And then probably Pappy in there as well. Let's do that. Gimba is the captain. Yeah, so I think we've done it now. So our all-star team is this one here, which isn't that good, but we'll put it out and we'll see if we can. The tier fives are still in here, aren't they? Yeah. This is the problem, is that I think with this team here, it's only going to win a tier five. If it does win something, I don't think it actually will. But then if it does win a tier five, we're almost going to feel like it wasn't worth our time because it'll be a 60p card. So yeah, it doesn't really matter if this does win or if it doesn't win. It's not going to win anything good. We can't do the Prem special, no. I'm glad you mentioned it. We've been using our Luton Town team for the Prem special, but they don't have a game. Yeah, they don't have a game in the next game week, so we can't do it. I don't actually have any more Premier League players other than the Luton Town boys, really. Look. It's like pure Luton Town. So yeah, we can't do it. I think this is the last game week, isn't it? I think this is the last game week with the Prem Winter Special. It was up to game week 443, wasn't it? I think this is the last one. So we're going to miss out, unfortunately. Yeah. It's actually been really good to us, though, the Prem Winter Special, because I think we've won about £45 from it with our Luton Town team, and our entire Luton Town collection cost about £70. So we've earned back over half of what our team cost us, which is great. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Have you guys enjoyed the Prem Winter Special? Would you like to see that again? Would you like to see that again, but in a different league? I think it's been a good competition. I don't think it's had as many participants still as what they were expecting, but I think it was a very good competition. So I'd like to see it come back again. Just like a pure cash only competition like that. You never entered it, no. Oh, I should. I was gonna say you should enter it, but it's too late now. It was very good though. It was very good. I liked it, but might be biased because I finished top 10 once. Wow, that's incredible. How much did you get for the top 10? You must have got a lot of money for the top 10 finish, you know. Because even when I finished, I think it was like top 100. I got a really good amount of money from it. $150. Look at that. Incredible. Incredible. All right. So yeah, our teams are done. Cap 220, Cap 240. I think we could enter like a throwaway, couldn't we, in Cap 270? Probably could. And we probably should. Bart there. Marko Yevtovic actually could go in there. Then we could put both I'm in, and then we could put George Cox in here. I think. It's not good. Or Issa Kabor. Do George Cox though. Let's do that. Throwaway team. No, not really. I haven't really done it. I will do it later. I feel like with rivals, it's not the sort of thing where you need to spend a lot of time to do it. So because it's a casual game mode, it doesn't require time or planning like what we do with Pro. Like I will literally just like wait until the lineups are announced, and then I'll just pick the players from that from the confirmed lineups, and I'll just put them in like a couple of minutes. So I think for making content, it doesn't really. I don't really feel like it's a good format to make content from, if I'm honest with you. Because yeah, I'm only going to do one game, and that game will take me a couple of minutes, and I'll do it an hour before, or like half an hour before the game's announced. Have you done your rival stuff? Do you tend to do it quite far in advance, or we do need to do our academy teams? We might as well do that now. Okay, Mash Kit can go in there. Yep, and then you update it when the lineups are out. Yeah, cool, man. It's so good that it's a game mode where you can, like update it and edit it right up until the game starts, right? I think that's what makes it really cool. Tapia. Let's do that. Not at the moment, no. No, Nico. Not at the moment. I might open them up later. I don't know. It's a bit too quiet in the channel for us to start doing that. So maybe if we get more people in the channel and it gets a bit more lively, we can do it. But yeah, it's not an actual rule. We can do them in the second half, but when it's so quiet on the channel, it almost doesn't make sense to do it. But yeah, maybe a little bit later, man. We'll see how it goes, actually. Who do we need to put in as the defender? Probably Klaus, really. Let's do that. Well, the Argentina League starts soon. The Brazilian League tends to start, I think it's February? I think the Brazilian League starts February. The Argentina League, I think, starts the end of this month, I think. I think it starts soon. I think it does start soon because I have a Gymnasia player and their first fixture is soon. Look, this is the Copa de la Liga, which is technically not the actual league, but it's still counted for scoring in Sorare. So technically it starts like on the 26th of January. But the Brazilian one starts in February. Have you bought a rare America keeper? I saw your tweet about it. I haven't. I got a lot of good ideas from everybody. So thank you to everybody that, gave me your suggestions and ideas on that tweet. It was really cool. Like there was a few new names in there. There was also a lot of names that I knew and I had been considering, but it was really good. It really helped me a lot. So thank you, everyone. Welcome back as well to Wakey. Right, confirm. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people suggesting Steve Clark to me, which I found quite funny. But it's good. It's good actually that everyone is talking about Steve Clark, right? Because he is actually he's a good goalkeeper. We know that. But yeah. Oh, given the fact that all last year, probably the one goalkeeper that I talked about the most was Steve Clark. It was kind of funny to get Steve Clark being suggested back to me. I got my first ever referral award on Sorare today. Congrats. Who did you get? I think he will, yeah. I think he will do good. That's the one big weak point, I say, for Portland. They've not quite had a good goalkeeper for years now. They really haven't. Like literally since Steve Clark. Steve Clark used to play for Portland, right? When Steve Clark left Portland, Portland, in my opinion, have never had a good goalkeeper after that. They've struggled so much to have a solid, reliable goalkeeper. Now they've got Croupeau. I think he's going to do great. I think he's basically the player that they've been missing for the last few years now. Oh, okay. Yeah, you get the 20. Yeah, of course. I always keep forgetting about that. The 20 discount. It's actually pretty good getting that discount. Who are you going to, how much, first of all, how much time do you have to spend? So when does it expire? Because I can't remember off the top of my head how long you get. It's a week, isn't it? Is it a week that you get to spend? Yeah, 7 days, isn't it? I think that should be higher. I think that should be longer than a week, you know? I don't think that that's long enough, frankly, for a referral reward. The reason I don't think that's long enough is that if you get that referral reward that comes and you simply don't have enough money in your bank balance, right? To then put into the game to then buy a player on the auctions to get the 20 pound credit. But, 2 weeks is probably more time then for you to either get paid or for the money to come into your account. So I don't think it's long enough at all. But it's good that you get it though. I would prefer it if it was 2 weeks, honestly. Okay, Sander Tangovic probably needs to come in here. Yeah, I'll do Pookie in a minute, actually. There's not, to be honest with you, there's not really much we need to do on Pookie. This is the downside to us doing our predictions really early, is that there's nothing really else for us to do. I need to talk to Pookie, actually, to like try and see if they have any plans to add something to the game, which like a daily mode, right? Something you can do daily. Because once you spend all your energy, there's literally nothing else to do. Um, so we'd almost just be treading the same ground again, talking about the same things we've already talked about. So yeah, we're gonna do Pookie. We're gonna touch on it. We have a little bit of energy where we might be able to update one of our predictions, but like generally speaking, we're done everything we need to. And I think it's a shame because I want to spend more time in Pookie, but there isn't at the moment really enough for me to be like to hook me to come back in like once you spend your energy. So at the moment it's great because you can kind of like do everything really quickly and you can get great returns, but it's not the game at the moment where there's like an incentive, there's a reason for you to go back every day if you've spent your energy. And I think if they can fix that, then it'll be really engaging. And it'll also be really good because then we can every day we can kind of like look into Pookie and not really know like what we have to deal with, right? It could be a new challenge every day or a new match to cover every day. And then we could maybe use that time to spend a bit more effort looking specifically into that game. But it's just a bit frustrating. Who do you prefer, Evander or Christian Espinoza? Evander. I predicted the German league, the Spanish league, the English league. I think that's all we've done. I'll check it now though. Let's dive into it now. We can have a little look because we are done on Sorare for the time being. We have our arena ticket to claim. We must claim that. There we go. Back up to what, 20? Yeah, 20 arena tickets. That's fine. Okay, let's dive into Pookie. So yeah, English, German, and the Spanish league. Yeah. You bought a second epic pool this week. You have 300 energy now. Wow. That's a good position to be in. Do you have plans to buy any more at all? Guys, if you're not playing this game, then you absolutely should be. It's a free-to-play game. You can also win a lot of money for very little effort, as in 1 minute of your time could literally produce 20, 30 pounds, even more. You don't need to know about football. If you do, it's great because then it means that you can have a chance of doing even better. But you can just also Spend 1 minute of your time each week and predict what you think are the scores in a specific league, and you can win loads of money. You have a USA Epic level 78 and 67. You want to make a legendary out of it. You're close to doing it, aren't you? Because the Epic max level is what, 80? And you need to get the 67 up by 13. Also, as a reminder, hold on a minute. It's the Spanish League, isn't it? I think we chose the Spanish League as the league to predict in for Beat the Base. So I think you need to predict in this one here, guys. If you have predicted all 2-2, I think you need to predict in this one if you want to have a chance of winning the sticker. And the sticker we're giving away is the Rio de Janeiro one. Hello to Arthur. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for jumping in. Good evening to you. How's everything going over in South Africa, man? And how you getting on in Rivals as well, Arthur? No homo, love. I know what you mean. FTS, what do you think of the Cap 240 team of Dupe, if he moves, Bondman, Dessler, Bogus, Mitchell? You mean Mitchell? Yeah, Mitchell. And then Philippe's likely moves, and then Biaki and Barlow's great. It's really good, yeah. There's a lot of players in there that I'm big fans of, like Dupe, Mitchell, and then Biaki, of course, because I have his rare and his limited still. Big fan of those. But then the other guys are fine. They're good. Very good, man. Good. I have the form of United in Rivals. Oh, do you? Patchy form. How many streaks have you done so far, Arthur? How many streaks have you completed? If you have the form of United, have you got past the 3-game streak yet? Just the first one. Ah, so you haven't even done the 3-game streak yet. Wow. You know what you should try and do? This is honestly for everybody. Don't just do every single game. Pick and choose the games which you think you have the best chance of doing well in. I know it sounds really obvious, but there is a tendency on Rivals where you can see that there's so many games which are happening. So there's a tendency to try and do all of them. Don't do that. You want to try and pick the games which you think one team has a really good chance of doing well in, and then picking those players from that team you think are going to do well. Okay? Don't pick games which are going to be quite tight or quite close, because most of the time you can end up losing those types of games. What happened in the game earlier? 4-1? Oh my God. Equatorial Guinea are beating them 4-1. That is mental. Where's that come from? It's absolutely mental. All right. So, Pookie, make sure that you play it. We need to double check our scores. Especially these ones which haven't started yet. Let's do it now. Okay. You know what I wish there was? I wish there was like an arrow where you could just cycle through them. When you click in a match, you then have to kind of come out. And it takes a little bit of time to load, and you kind of got to go back in again. And I think it just could be a little bit easier and user-friendly if there was an arrow here where you could just easily cycle through the rest of your predictions that you made. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine too. That's also fine. It goes up a little bit, by not by much. We don't need to spend our energy on that one. You can see for the Italian league, we're going to win some money. And it's the easiest money that you're ever going to make. We put 3-2 for every single game, and we're winning, I think it's about £1 or something, which isn't like a lot, but it took us a minute to do 3-2, and it's £1 that we are going to take for a minute of our time. Much more than winning a 60p tier 5 card on Sorare. German League, we need to check. Okay. If you wonder what I'm doing, we're checking all of our predictions that we made to see a green arrow. If we see a green arrow and we see a big difference between what we predicted and what we can now get in terms of points, then we're going to use our 3 to update the prediction. If we see a red arrow, we're going to keep it exactly the same. Like here, when we predicted it, at the time, we locked in 570.8 points potential. The odds have changed, which now means that we get less points if we were going to predict it today. Obviously, we don't want that. So we're just checking everything. Like, we don't change that one. This one has not changed at all. Mines versus Union is postponed. Cool. That's not an issue. Thank you for letting me know, though. Yes, there was a 0-0. So I challenged the... glad you remember. I challenged, didn't I, you guys to do a 0-0 only in the Bundesliga. And the guy who done it, which is Malv is in here right now. He ended up getting, I think he finished like 71st or something. He got a load of money for it as well. So there you go. I regret that I didn't do it myself. Okay. That's fine. We need to check the Spanish league now. Yeah, you can see what our strategy is in the Spanish league. We've done all 2-2 for this weekend. Okay, that's good. Wow. Did you see that? When we predicted this, we got 560.3 points for a 2-2. Now, if we were going to predict this today, we'd only get 506 points. So this is why sometimes locking in your predictions early is the smart thing, because that's a big difference between 560 and 506 there. Okay. That's fine. It's quite nice. Oh, look. Wow. This is the one that we need to change, I think. 785.1 to 882.7. This is the biggest increase that I've seen so far. So we're probably going to come back and change that one. This one's 358 to 397, which is about 40 points, which is good, but it's not as good as the other one. This one's slightly better. Is it, though? Well, the base points there is 60, isn't it? I think we would change the Real Madrid one, though. Wow. Or not. The boosted points here would take us an extra 100 up. Close to an extra 100. That's significant, as in we need to change that. And then what's this one? Okay, that one goes up by about 50. So if we had more energy, we would change a lot of those right now. Because we don't, we need to change. We've only got enough energy to change one of them. Unless we can squeeze out more energy, we need an additional one. We might be able to squeeze out. Oh, we can't. Yeah, I thought if we could upgrade any of our stickers or something, we could get an additional one energy there, but we don't have any stickers to upgrade. We have stickers to ascend, but we don't have enough to ascend. And I don't want to ascend those ones anyway. Yeah, we could buy an extra one, but it's honestly not worth it. Like an extra. Oh, we couldn't even buy an extra one, even if we wanted to. It's 3.67 Matic. We have 3.4. We wouldn't do it anyway, but yeah. The game wouldn't allow us to because we don't have enough. So what we need to do, we need to go back to the Girona game, and we absolutely need to try and lock in an additional 100 points here. So instead of us getting 359.4, if it ended up being 2-2, we'd get 453, which is massive. It's a big difference there. So we're going to update this one to that. Any fun predictions to do? Well, we've done the 2-2 here in the Spanish league, Malv, which I think is quite fun. And then in the German league, we've done all 3-2, which, you know, in the German league, you'd kind of expect there to be like a 3-2 score. Most of the time it's over 2.5, but obviously last week was a bit of a freak weekend where there was very few over 2.5. So you could equally do a 0-0 or a 1-1 again in this type of league, because then you're going to get a load of points, right? And so any games which don't go over 2.5, you're going to be laughing. And then in the English league, we just kept the same thing that we were doing, which was 2-1. And so these games this weekend, we put them all at 2-1. Hopefully we get a few exact scores in that one. How are you guys predicting for the weekend? And what leagues are you focusing on this weekend on Pookie? Don't forget also that the link to get involved is in the chat there. So use that link if you want to get started on Pookie today, guys. It helps the channel massively. And it means that you get some freebies as well. Free Pookie Ball, discount off your first purchase in the game, and some in-game currency too, which you really need to get a good start in the game. Arthur's doing the Spanish with 2-2 as well. Love it. Is anyone doing a wilder prediction? Is anyone doing like a 3-3 or a 4-4 or a, I don't know, like a 5-2 or something? Is anyone doing like a really random, really wild predictions for Pookie this weekend? Okay. Guys, what are you doing on Pookie? The question was to the chat. What's everyone doing? What's your strategy? Are you kind of doing what I'm doing? Were you just putting in random scores, or are you using specific sources like to look at the data to work out, you know, like the chances? Like, how are you guys basically playing Pookie? That's the question, really. because I'd love to hear. You don't have to do it the way that I'm doing it, and certainly we wasn't even doing it this way up until recently. We were spending time diving into the stats and really trying to do them properly. We might end up doing that again. We might end up doing that again, right? So, because it's quite fun to do, and I think it's quite good for you guys to see the process, right? Of if you are going to be predicting, this is kind of a good way to do it accurately, to look into the data and the stats. But it's almost a little bit difficult for us to do it right now because we've been winning so much money from not doing it that way that it's difficult to go back now. But we might do it again. We might mix it up. I'm still a free-to-play player. I finished 7th the other week. I have to finish 1st. Yeah, the free-to-play, I think, is very restrictive. I always say to you guys, if you can, just try and actually buy, even if it's just a common Pokeball. The common Pokeballs are like $20, $25, which is really not a lot. But you will find that you will actually start to get an immediate return on investment from them. Whereas on free-to-play, you don't until you actually end up getting 1st. And obviously you have to finish 1st out of like over 1,000 people. So yeah, if any one of you are playing free to play and you're kind of getting frustrated, not winning, like not getting enough out of it, then honestly switch to the pro, because with the commons, you can win that money back, the cost of the common ball within like a month, 2 months, really easily. And yeah, then once you've done that, then everything else is just like profit, isn't it? Peter Scout, sorry, I forgot to ask. Now that you're on Pookie, I wanted to ask, how come you already have 20 arena tickets for Rivals? So you might have missed it earlier, but basically, I don't spend my arena tickets, okay? I don't really spend, like, I come away from the day with a net of 0, basically, and sometimes with a net of +1, because I only do like 1 arena game per day. Sometimes I'll do 2. And if you think about it, you get a new ticket every 12 hours, right? And so every day, every 24 hours, you get 2. If I'm only doing 1 or 2, then I don't really go down in my arena tickets, right? So the number stays pretty consistent. But then I recently completed my 5-game win streak. And so I had a reward box to open. And so then when I opened it, I won 10 arena tickets in that reward box. So I had about 10 because I'm not really spending any. I'm kind of just playing for free, effectively. And then as I get the number that I spend, I get back in the same day. And then the arena tickets just bump me up to 20. Yeah. Like, I understand why people are calling out for like extra ways to earn these arena tickets, because at the moment, aside from winning them in a reward box or your them being recharged and regenerated every day, there's no other way to win them or to get them, right? You can't buy them in the club shop. You can't get them. You can't even win them in pro, for example. Like, maybe that's something they start doing in pro, where in certain competitions, they will reward you with like arena tickets as well. Maybe. I wouldn't mind that personally, because then there'd be more of an incentive for the guys playing Rivals to then start playing pro, if it means that they could also win more arena tickets, right? But yeah, at the moment, there is not really a way than the 2 ways that we know to get them. So hopefully there will be. But yeah, I don't spend them because I only play 1 or 2 games a day. Did half upset, half logical in the Serie A. Love it. What's the half upset then? What scoreline have you put on Pookie for it to be an upset? Like, what do you consider to be the upsets in the Italian league? Like, tell us the games which you think are the upsets here. Because there's not many, is there? There's only 6, right? Nil-nil. Yeah, you're right. You can get tickets. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Anathabam. That is the one other method that I forgot to mention. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can get tickets if you invite someone who's new to the game. You get 5 tickets per invite. So if you invited 10 people and all 10 end up playing it, then you get 50, which is a lot, right? So I think that's yeah, that's an important point. I think that's why deliberately there is not a way to buy it in the club shop, so that as Sorare have launched it and they want people to know about it, there's more of an emphasis on, well, if you don't have enough tickets, then invite people in and then get the tickets that way. So then that way the game grows and Sorare can grow the game mode and they get more people into the game, then you get something out of it. Whereas if everybody was able to buy tickets in the club shop, then there'd be less of an incentive to invite people, right? And at the moment, the priority for Sorare is that they grow the the game as a whole, isn't it? And then also this brand new game mode, which is designed to try and bring millions and millions into the game. They want people to hear about it so that they can then onboard millions and millions and millions. What we'll do, I'll open up some free Tip Scout Fund coupons for a little bit. Given that we're on Pookie, we'll open up the Timo Pookie. And then I'll open up Go Shopping as well. Find a player. Pick my lineup. Put your Game Week glasses on. Build it like Barca. I mean, at this rate, I'm kind of almost opening up all of them. Then review my gallery as well. And we can do Show Me the Money as well, if anyone actually has 75,000. And a giveaway time. So they're all opened up, basically. All the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So do you invite someone using a referral code or through the Rivals invite? I use my referral link rather than the Sorare Rivals invite. But I think if you want to get the 5 arena tickets, you need to use the Sorare Rivals invite. Yeah. But I don't care about the tickets as much. I care much more about getting the referral. I think, to be fair, I think even if you invite them using the Rivals code, I think that actually you still get the referral, right? I'm sure you do. But I don't care about the tickets. I'd much prefer to use my actual referral code than the Rivals code. And I've got my referral code everywhere as well. So it's just easier for me to use that because then I don't have to change it everywhere on all my channels and everything. Can I put a Serie B goalkeeper in a lineup? Sure. Depends what lineup it is, right? But yeah, you can. What lineup do you mean, Shyla? I'm actually a little bit surprised, to be honest with you, that I'm... if we just go on to the leaderboard, I'm actually really surprised that I am... I have 304 and I'm in the top 2% because I honestly haven't really been playing this too hard or too seriously. So I've obviously got a knack for it. If I was playing it a bit more seriously, I'd probably be closer to here, like the 400 mark or something. But I only play one a day. It's not really my main focus. It's just like if I remember to do it, then I'll do it. But 270 cap, Emiliano Viviano. Yeah, you can play him. So, like, why do you think you can't play him? You can play him. If he has a card in the game and the league is covered, then you can play them. You can put them in lineups in Sorare. FTS, would it not be better to play a DMP player in Cap 240 to fit in like 2 high scores instead of Cap 220? Because I could win cash and a card reward in Cap 240. Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. I mean, it's a shame that we're saying that, but yeah, it is like that. And the only reason it's a shame it's like that is because if you think about it, it should be the other way around, where you should be thinking it doesn't make sense to go into that competition with a DMP player, because the whole point of the game is to avoid DMPs, right? But because the rewards in Cap 220 just don't compare to 240, rather than people thinking, okay, I need to have 5 players to put into Cap 220 to maybe go and buy some players, right? People are thinking, I'll just try my luck in Cap 240. So I won't even go and buy anyone. And this is kind of another reason why the rewards and the competitions need another look. They need a big review actually, because they don't make sense really, unfortunately, anymore. No, the Syria, so the Syria B is covered. Like the leagues itself are covered, the Syria B. It's just some of the clubs are not licensed, right? But the Syria B is covered. Like if you ever want to check out whether a league is covered or not, because covered and licensed are two different terms in the game, which mean different things, okay? So don't confuse them, because sometimes managers can use them as if they're the same thing, but they're actually not. So if you ever want to check it, just go onto the main page and just scroll down and then click on coverage here. And then it tells you the leagues that are covered, right? So then you can check them all out here. And then you kind of like go down. Where we at? There we go. Look, the Syria B. Okay, so if you ever want to know whether a league or a competition's covered or not, you can always find it on this page here. This is always regularly updated. So Syria R, La Liga, Premier League, you can see them all here, right? And then you can scroll down, you see the Syria B's there. And then you can also do the same for licensed partners, right? Which is where you can find out which teams have a license in the game, aka which clubs can Sorare mint players for. And this is also quite useful to check every now and then, because if you spot a player that is potentially going to be moving to a club that is not licensed in the game, then you probably want to try and pick up that player, because then if they move to that club, which is then not licensed, right? But you've picked them up before they made the move, then what it means is that Sorare can't mint any more cards of that player. So then if that player does really well at that new club, then they have no way to start creating cards for it. So then everybody's going to be coming to those managers like you that have that player that had a card before because he was playing for a licensed club, but is now no longer at a licensed club. So it's a really good position to be in, because you can dictate and you can often sell players for way more. Can't believe this game is 4-2. Wow. This guy's name is Z Turbo. Oh, what a cool name. Wow. Z Turbo. Where is he? This guy here. Came off the bench. He plays for, oh, wow. Plays for Novgorod. The Russian Premier League. Used to play for Inter. Oh, my God. He's only got 3 caps to his name, apparently. Z Turbo. Has there been anything that we have missed on Sorare? I'm sure you guys would have told me, but have Sorare released anything today since we've been live that we need to talk about? Probably not. Not really, no. No. The goalkeeper has an assist? Does he really? Oh my God. That doesn't surprise me almost, because that is almost what you'd expect in the AFCON. The goalkeepers are so funny. So this Jesus Awono, I'm guessing, has the assist, right? He does. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. There was an own goal. There was a penalty that was cancelled. There was a VAR goal awarded. There was another VAR goal awarded. This game looks like it had everything, apart from a red card. You beat Pavel in Rivals with the Uniques and Super Rares in the Moroccan game. Oh my God. That is quite impressive, actually. But what did you have? Did you just have commons or what? Why was you playing Pavel? Did you put like a limited or something in there? Because that's harsh, right? That's really harsh. If you faced him and all you had was commons in there, that's really not on. Shouldn't really be like that. You had just commons and you faced a Pavel with a unique and super rares. Oh my god, that's so harsh. I mean, I'm happy that you beat him, but that could have been a bloodbath. Oh, he did like a giveaway. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so let's have a little gander here whilst we've got some time. One of the things I need to do is I need to get a America midfielder. Haven't quite been able to find one that I'm happy with, so why don't we do another search for one? I don't want to spend a lot on one either. If anybody as well knows of any big transfers that have happened where a player's gone over to an American league, then let me know, because they won't actually come up in this search that we're going to run. Most likely they won't, because their league will still be the league that we're in before they transferred, right? But for now, I'm going to put America in. I'm really curious to see who's available for less than £10 in the rare. It's probably going to be a lot. So 207 is actually not too bad. But what we also need to do is we need to sort this by the floor. And then we need to whittle a few people out too. Oh, if Davy Klassen went to the MLS, that'd be amazing for him. He'd be so good over there, Davy Klassen. Yeah, it does, but it only has it for MLS. You're right. But what I also mean is that if somebody has, say, transferred to a South American club, like a Brazilian team or like an Argentinian team, then we won't be able to get that on the MLS site, right? And, there's only so much I can be aware of. So maybe you guys know of a transfer that I might have missed, right? But it might actually be the type of player that's perfect for us that is a bit under the radar. This guy's actually good. The problem is that there's only 3 rare cards of him. So he definitely is not available for like less than £10. A year ago, he went for 281. This is a great position to be in with this type of guy. Because if you did want to sell him, you can basically dictate the price that you want to sell him for. Yeah, I've heard about this guy actually. Nicholas Freer moved to Inter Miami. I heard about him. I wasn't too convinced though with him, if I'm honest with you. Oh. This guy here. Yeah, I kind of he popped up because I was looking at the MLS site the other day. I think it was yesterday actually, and I was looking at who's gone where, and his name came up, and I don't know, like he's probably going to do good because he's got good levels of scoring. He's got very good levels of scoring. I don't know. I'm not convinced by him personally, but I should be because when you look at his scoring, it's actually pretty good. I don't think I would target personally Inter Miami players for defenders, if I'm honest with you. I think, like there's a few that you might look at, but yeah, I hope he works out for you. I think if you picked him up for what, 93, That's really good, man. I'm struggling to see how you can go wrong picking up this guy for 93p. Yeah, I think you've done well there, man. I think getting this guy for 93p was smart business from you, Arthur. Really smart, man. Especially now he's like £2.79. So he's already like shot up a lot. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so you done very well to pick him up. I'd say like do not sell him at all for 93p in the limited, because he'll be able to earn you back way more than that 93p if you just keep hold of him now. Let's go back here. I wonder what under 23 players I could look at. That might be a good filter to use here. Show me the money has been activated by Tistil. Tistil, who's in the chat right now, has got 75,000 free tip scout fund coupons. We did have 75,000. He's just spent them for show me the money. So tell me who you want us to go and buy, and I'm going to buy you a card up to £10 on the stream right now. And then I'm going to send it to you live on the stream as well. Which is pretty cool, right? And everybody can take part in that. Everybody can get bought a £10 card from me live on the stream. You don't even need to be a sub on the channel to do that. You just need to make sure that you jump onto the streams as many as you can, because by doing that, you earn the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. Tyvon Gray from the 2023 season. All right, my man. Thank you, first of all, Tistil, for the amazing support. The fact that you've jumped on enough streams to earn 75,000 really means a lot to me. So thank you so much, man. And let's now go and get your reward. Let's go and buy it for you, Tyvon Gray. In the limited. And you want the 23 season. Okay. So this one here. This one here, the Tyvon Gray. Can we buy that one with cash? We can. Yeah, we can. Yeah. Yeah, the cheapest one does have the highest XP, doesn't it? It's really good. Let's go and buy that now then. So, £8.12. Very happy to buy that for you, man. So thank you again. Oh, I've got to put my nuclear code in, but I think I messed it up right then. There we go. And what's your Sorare manager name, man? Sister, what's your manager name? And we'll send you that card straight away. Is it Tistil? It's Tistil, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it might be. There we go. This is you, isn't it? Just to make sure this is you, right? Yeah, Tistil _ This one's you, right? Let me know if it isn't, but I'm pretty sure this is you. And then let's go and send your Gray. Do we have him yet? He's not coming up yet. We might have to wait like a minute or something for it to update. Okay, bought 1 minute ago. Let's try it again. There we go. We found him. There we go. All right, man. Coming over to you. Enjoy it. And thank you again for the great support. There you go. No worries, man. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get back to our search here. So Ethan Double Air has just moved to DC United, which I think is a good move for him. He's actually pretty good. I think he has a lot of good potential. He's definitely not worth £30 though, because I don't think he'll get a load of starts at DC, but he will get more than what he got at Seattle, so he'll improve. Look at this guy here, this 16-year-old, Steven Jimenez for Cincinnati. It's not going to play, but it's quite good to see that he's got a card in the game. Surely he has rookie cards, no? Yeah, I was going to say he's got to have rookie cards, and he does, yeah. His rookie card looks quite cool. Very cool. But yeah, not quite the player I'm looking for. Bryce Duke is brilliant. Bryce Duke is good. He's another one of those players that he's a bit in and out of the team. He had quite a lot of good first team experience though for Montreal last season. He's got good potential. Definitely wouldn't spend the £15 on him. I think you want to spend less than 10 on this type of player. And that's being generous as well. Yeah, this is too high. I think he's like a £10 player at best, really. What are your opinions on Yari? Vasherin, bought him for my Capsule 40. He's been great since he came back from a long injury. Great talent. I do like him. He's very young still, isn't he? Yari, right? I like him a lot. I think we were talking about him the other day, no? I swear we were talking about this guy the other day. Oh, actually, I don't think we were. No, I don't think we were talking about this guy. But he is good, yeah. I like him a lot. Like, look at that. I mean, honestly, he's a midfielder. He's a midfielder that is delivering an AA of 52.2 and he's only 22 years old. It's bonkers. That's so good. That in itself should tell anyone, even if you knew nothing about this type of player, but you've just been playing Sorare for a while, the fact that this guy is so young and he's hitting scores of 100 and he has an AA of 17.2 is absolutely ridiculous. It's so good. So yeah, 100%. I agree with you. Have you got him? Is that why you're asking? Have you bought him or are you thinking of buying him? I mean, his AA is so good. It's actually, I'll be honest with you, it's actually pretty nuts that he's only £122. Because, realistically, I think he should be on a lot more. I think his card value should be a lot higher. Like, whenever he plays, he's just so good. So good. And if you think about it, he's only 22. He's played like over 100 games. He's got around 30 or so decisive. So he's a 1 in 3 player. And he's just got that high AA, which is just so valuable in Sorare today. Like 2 years ago, there wasn't so much of an emphasis on having this AA. Like if you could find it, great. You didn't really need it to do well in Sorare 2 years ago. You just literally needed a player that could give you a score of 60. If they got like 60 and then they had like an AA of like -5, but they had a decisive, you could do really well in Sorare 2 years ago, like really well. And if you had all 5 players that done that, you'd be winning some great rewards, right? But the game's more competitive today than it was 2 years ago. There's more cards in the market. There's more players playing Sorare, more managers playing Sorare. So that just doesn't cut it anymore. So now finding these types of players that can give you incredible AA and a decisive threat, they are so valuable in the game. I don't actually think that the market appreciates how valuable they are because of the fact that he's so cheap at £122. That is too cheap, in my opinion, for this type of player that has under 23 utilities, playing for one of the best teams in the Belgian Pro League, long-term contract. He's also got this ridiculous AA for a midfielder, and his decisive scoring is so good. So, yeah, I mean, I think if I could afford to get him, I absolutely would, because I think this is just too low. Like, all of this is too low for this type of player. I mean, it's stable. That's the one thing you can see. It's pretty stable, right? What's kind of interesting whilst we're talking about this is that I know that there's often a lot of talk in the community from managers that say they want the game to be stable. Like, this is pretty stable. This is pretty stable. The problem with stability is that if you want stability, stability means that the price will then pretty much stay exactly the same. Few little variations, but it won't massively spike and it won't massively tank. So this is good stability, but this type of level of stability for this type of player is too low. And if anything, you probably want this to be less stable for this type of player so that then he can spike up really crazily because he's such a hyped talent and he's such a good talent. But because it's not really like that at the moment, it doesn't really seem to be shooting up. You know, like, even after this ridiculously good score, I mean, look at this here. Back in December, he got the perfect score of 100. He didn't really move up. Not significantly. Not as much as what you'd expect, right? So, yeah, stability is a funny one because stability is fine in a game, but when you're also talking about players that, they perform really well and they also perform really badly or they're really hyped up, you almost don't want, in my opinion, you almost don't want just really boring stability where these types of players can't kind of spike up and just go like explode in their value. But at the same time, you also don't want to have too many instances where their prices can just crash as well. Because like his price just absolutely crashed here. Where was it? 6 months ago? Year ago, wasn't it? Yeah, well, his price just absolutely crashed, right? That could have been down to an injury or something, I think, right? Go back here. What happened over a year ago? Yeah, potentially. He got the bad injury, yeah. Can I get your thoughts on Lauren Kurda? Got him as a tier 5 reward. Where did you get him as a tier 5 reward? Surprised he dropped that much though, since he was a wonder kid for so long. Yeah, I'm with you as well, F Jump. Like, if a player who's a wonder kid, and he is a wonder kid, right? He's a young under 23 wonder kid. He shouldn't really, even with an injury, he shouldn't really be falling off a cliff like that. You know? Not really. It's quite a big drop off of a cliff. And then yeah, it's just been quite stable afterwards as well. Which is good. In a way, it's good to see that, right? Because with a lot of cars that we see in Sorare, they won't often have that. They'll just be kind of like on this, downward trajectory, and the values will just be going down all the time. But under 23 players don't really tend to lose their value too much. So he's a good example of that. But he did lose it massively when he got injured, and probably a little bit too much, given, as we talked about, he's just so good. Yeah, I like Diver Saisido. He's amazing. He's amazing. I actually had Diver Saisido, but I sold him. I owned his limited card about a year ago or so. There we go, look. Bought him for £5.91. This was actually quite a frustrating period because I remember we bought him for this series that we were doing on the stream called Pauper the Podium, where we were looking at like really good players that maybe weren't playing or good players that were playing that had the potential to go higher in value, so we could then trade them and flip them for profit. But the time we were trying to do it, like the market was just crashing because the economy was being so badly managed, right? And so we bought him for £5.77 or whatever, and we were thinking, okay, let's wait until he can until his value can go a bit further up. And actually, his value just completely look, his value just crashed completely. And then we just thought, okay, this series isn't working because we couldn't find the opportunities to sell him. But now he's doing really good. Cap 220 a long time ago. Yeah, I want to answer that question about Lauren because he's not really, if I'm honest with you, he's not really someone that's been on my radar a lot. I've known of this guy. I never really gave him too much attention because he's not really played enough, right? And he's also just like, he's in and out of the team a little bit too much, but he's only 22, and he's scoring really good when he's actually playing. So I think for a tier five, you've hit the jackpot there. Definitely worth keeping hold of this guy. The fact that he's £1.60 now, which is not a tier five value, and you want him as a tier five, is great. Yeah, so keep hold of him. I've heard some good things about him. I haven't really tracked him too hard because, as I mentioned, like I'm not really following Paderborn too much. I'm not really being too interested in this guy or this under 23 team, but very good, man. Why do we still have a notification? Okay, but House is not bad. I don't like Vancouver. This player's got a lot of good potential. He struggles for starts. That's the big problem with him. As most youngsters do, they struggle with starts, but it's got good potential. I'm not really looking for someone that could come in and potentially play half of the season, right? Almost want to find somebody that can come in and start to break into the team as an under 23 player. Wow. What's the deal here? Why is Johnny Lucas so cheap right now? I don't think Goyas are a good team, but a 23-year-old probably not going to play a lot, to be fair. But for the price that he is, it's actually quite. It's made me stop. It's made me stop and think. There's not many cards of him either. There probably won't be many cards of him. 5 days ago, he was bought for 80p. Oh my God. That is crazy, isn't it? The rares are being bought like that for 80p. What is your opinion on having all my budget, all my Sorare net worth in only my cap 240? Do you think it's more worth having a lower worth cap 240 team, still capable of hitting threshold while having better cards in other competitions? I want your thoughts, please. Unfortunately, I don't think it's worth doing that. No. The advantage to having your net worth spread across more, right, is that you're obviously spreading the risk. So that in a month or a month and a half's time, Mr. Rare turn around and make some radical changes to 240, then your team is not going to, all your net worth is not going to be as exposed to that, right? Because you've just got other teams that, you know, are a bit more balanced and can spread around. But at the moment, no, it's not really, in my opinion, it's not really worth spreading your resources so that you can attack other competitions on all other fronts. It's just not. It's much better to have a very strong focus on threshold for now, because the returns you can get from that, forget about the card rewards, but the cash alone from that for what you need to hit to earn $50 is just so good. And to kind of get anywhere near that type of cash value that you can get in 240 in another competition like a challenger or a champion or an America team, right? It's just, it almost doesn't justify the cost to put the team together and to focus your efforts in the other competition versus the returns you can get from it, unless, like on a consistent basis, right? Unless you're really, really lucky one game week and you end up getting like top 50, top 20, then it's going to feel like, wow, you know, amazing. But, you know, like to sort of almost finish in the top 300, you're going to need like 350 points or so, close to 400 points. And then even then, you probably won't be able to do that all the time. So no, that's the answer. And this is kind of like the big, this is one of the big gripes I have with the game at the moment, is that it's so heavily weighted towards the threshold, the game, that it's not really attractive for a lot of managers, including myself, to think about
To the real world.
going out and buying better players to compete in better competitions or the other competitions, because the returns aren't quite there when you compare it against the threshold. And it really shouldn't be like that. It should be like that I want to be looking at putting together a bigger, better team for All-Star Rare. But I don't. I'm actually just quite happy to just stay in threshold and earn the returns in there that are far better than what I'll be able to earn consistently in All-Star without breaking the bank, basically. If I spent thousands, right, then I could definitely go hard in All-Star and the returns are going to be amazing. The returns are going to be far better than what I'll be able to earn in threshold if I spent thousands, right? But you don't need to spend thousands. And if you don't spend thousands, if you spend a couple of €100 or whatever in 240, then you're just going to be earning $50 regularly, and you've done it for a couple of hundred euros or a couple of £100. So the ROI is just so difficult to ignore that, in my opinion, and this is how I've been doing it for me, I've not really been focusing on hitting anything else other than cap 240. We have a team for All-Star, which is kind of like might as well, because we have 2 goalkeepers, but do I put my best players in All-Star, and would I continue to develop my All-Star team to try and compete for better rewards in there? No, because the cost does not justify the return that you can get from it at the moment. Thank you also to Evans for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Do you think it's more secure of hitting thresh and possibly cards? So in your opinion, what would be my next step after being in cap 240 for a while? Around £50 net worth in Sorare at the moment. So after 240, let me show you what I've done, right? It's probably easier if I kind of explain what I've done. rather than talk about something like, hypothetical. So if we go into pro, okay. So in the summer, I had loads and loads of limited teams, right? I had way more limited teams than I had rare. And then I had my limited wake up. And I just realized that it wasn't the scarcity for me anymore. I wasn't really having any fun in it. I didn't like the volatility of the prices and the card values. I didn't like the fact that it was too difficult to win rewards in there. So you could be really good at scouting, but because it's so competitive, the points that you need to win anything worthwhile just felt like time spent scouting and finding good players and building teams just didn't seem worthwhile for me. So I downsized a lot of my limited gallery, and I'm still doing it now. I only have a handful of limited teams now, which I'm happy with. I want to have my limited gallery under 100, but for now it's kind of okay. And then what I decided to do was I wanted to get back into rare a bit more seriously, because when I started playing Sorare like nearly 3 years ago, there was no limited at all. It was just rare. So if you want to start like Sorare 3 years ago, you had to start buying rares. That was the entry level. And I'd done that and it was fine. But after a while, it was too expensive. So the cost of building a rare team then was really expensive. And it almost didn't justify, in my opinion, the cost. And what I kind of discovered was that for example, I spent like, I had a team that was worth about £2,500, right, for Challenger Europe. And that £2,500 team was not really winning anything. It wasn't winning enough to justify having £2,500 tied up in rare cards, right? In effectively five Challenger rare cards. And one of the reasons why it wasn't worth it is because I was looking at my Cap 240 team, my Cap 240 rare team, which like had a valuation of, I don't know, like £500 or something. And it was actually winning more in value than the £2,500 team was. So imagine, like you've got this £500 team that's just plodding along, hitting the threshold. Like it's nothing special. It's just very average players, but they are returning way more to you than your elite players of £2,500. And I had some great players as well, like top players in there. And so I was like, okay, rare at the moment's in a bit of a funny place. So I'm not going to keep all that money tied up in these elite players where I'm not getting any return at all. But my average threshold team is just like, is basically showing them up. And so then I kind of downsized. I had the rare. And anyways, cut long story short, we're back into rare again. And my focus was, right, first of all, build the 240 team. Now for 240, what's really important is that because it's Cap 240, you can't just build a team of 5 for Cap 240. Because the team of 5 is, they're not going to cut it in the long term. So you can go out and buy 5, but if you buy them and then all of a sudden, like 2 of the players' L15 average scores get too high, and then it pushes you outside of the cap, then you won't be able to put that team out, right? So for Cap 240, you do want to kind of have like 5 core players that are mainly going to be your starters, your main players that you play. But then you want to fill out like another, say, 10 positions that you get. And with the prices being so low, you can actually do it on the cheap really well. So you want to have like around 15, like around 15. Don't have to have 15, but you should have around 15 rare players that you can then rotate for Cap 240. Now, the great thing is that those 15 players that you have, because you can only play 5 in Cap 240, and because you're hopefully getting a lot of low cost, low 15 average players, which is what you should be looking to do outside of your core 5, you've then got like around 10 players, rare players that are low L15s. You're not using them in Cap 240. What's the most logical, natural way to use them? Because they're low L15s. Well, Cap 220 is the one. So then you've already then got like another team that you can put out in Cap 220, and you can kind of rotate your teams between 220 and 240. The reason that works really well is obviously you don't need to have a rare goalkeeper for Cap 220. So then Cap 220 should almost be like the second priority outside of 240, because I've been using Cap 240 and Cap 220 as my main go-tos, and I've been winning Threshold regularly, and then also been winning card rewards in Cap 220 regularly too. And then once you've kind of, for me, once you've kind of like mastered those two, and you have a good solid base where you can just like rotate and you don't have to worry about getting more players. You've got the players that you know you can fill out and put out for 220 and 240. Then you can start to think about maybe getting a better team for All Star. But keep in mind that All Star at the moment does not, All Star Rare for me at the moment does not justify going out and buying a team for it, because it won't consistently, especially on a budget. If you're doing it on a budget like of like £500, you could go out and you could buy a £500 team for All-Star Rare, but it's not going to outperform Cap 240 Rare, and it's probably not going to outperform Cap 220 Rare, because it's very difficult, very competitive. And even when you get into the reward places here, the rewards themselves are not high value at the moment. So it's kind of like a nice to have All-Star Rare, because as you are continuing to build rewards in Cap 240 and Cap 220 Rare, because you'll be winning like rares and you'll be winning Threshold, then naturally you can then reinvest that money or use the cards that you win to build out the rest of your roster, right? Eventually over time, you'll have like a gallery where you think, okay, I want to put my other rares that I've now got, because I've got more than 15. I need to start putting them to use. And then that's when you can start to look at All-Star. But All-Star Rare, unless you're prepared to spend a lot of money in it, you're not going to be able to get anything good from it on a budget unless you get really lucky. So it was like a bit of a long-winded answer, but essentially it needs to be Cap 240, Cap 220, and then like All-Star. Forget about Cap 270. Forget about Cap 270 because there's no cash in Cap 270. It's just super rare and rares, which is okay, but you want to have a chance of winning cash, right? And the cash definitely at the moment far outweighs winning a card in the game. So you don't mind if there's a competition where you get cash and cards, but just cards is not great. This is okay though, but like I wouldn't prioritize it over All-Star. Yeah, cash is king. Exactly. That is the saying, isn't it? I mean, if you want to, I'm not just like saying it, but kind of like the proof is in the pudding, right? So if I show you like where I've been winning my rewards, right, over the past few months, I've shown a few people on the stream already, but you can now see it, right? So here we go. You know, like Cap 220 Rare, recently won Ali Karimi. Cap 220, All-Star, we got really lucky one game week, and we did actually just scrape. We got 340 points, which is ordinarily an All-Star not enough to get a tier 5, but we got a tier 3 rare because it was a very quiet game week over the Christmas period. So really lucky there. Then you can see, if you look at the limited, under 23, Cap 220. Again, look, rare, Cap 220 rare. So we win another rare card that can help us with our rare journey from Cap 220, right? Go down, second div, Cap 220, Cap 220, Cap 220. Look, another rare in Cap 220. So Cap 220, again, is producing us cards which we can use in Cap 240, okay? We go down even further, look, Cap 220, Cap 220, Cap 220, Challenger, which we don't really tend to compete in anymore, but this one occasion we did, it really paid off for us. Under 23, which is for the community team, Cap 270, look, Cap 220, rare again. So again, we already had players for Cap 240, and then we basically bought loads of cheap players as well that we could use as rotation options for Cap 240. But when they didn't get into the Cap 240 team, we used them in Cap 220 to then hopefully win us other like further rares that we could then use to strengthen our Cap 240 team and so on and so forth, so that the Cap 240 team is then has a stronger chance of winning the threshold, right? So it's almost like the Cap 220 and the Cap 240 are helping each other. So again, let we win another rare in Cap 220. So that's basically been my focus and that's been my strategy, and it's been really working. been really working. Um, and I was kind of hoping that there would be it would be better to focus on All-Star Rare, and I think it will eventually. But at the moment, the way the game is, it's just not. If you want a budget and you want to try and be smart about winning in Sorare, then it's cap 240 and it's cap 220. Yeah. I was here in the stream and the under 23 reward was utterly disappointing. It was so bad, wasn't it? It was so bad. I mean, a lot of them have been bad. That's the problem, isn't it? Like our under 23, this one here, this was the one that was like super shocking. I mean, he's supposedly a very good up and coming player. So I guess technically it's a good one to win, you know, as an under 23, but just horrible that you can end up getting over 400 points, which is achievement, by the way. It's difficult to do, isn't it? In Sorare to get over 400 points and you still come away with a 60p reward value, which, you know, doesn't feel right. And then kind of our other under 23s that we won. What was the other one? Yeah, this Luca Kronberger was okay. It's actually not bad. Yeah, we haven't really won enough in under 23, but hopefully we can. But yeah, for rares though, it's about cap 220 and the threshold, man. Yeah, big time. Yeah, I got the guy that pumped just for that week. I know. Yeah, we did. Do you think Sorare might do a U-turn on the burn mechanism and bring it in to regulate minting and also as another way to earn tickets as well as, i.e., burn one? Yeah, I saw this pitch by Fans Sorare or whatever. I saw this pitch by him today. First of all, I don't think it would be a U-turn because they have explored and they flirted with the idea before, and then they didn't necessarily say that they're never going to do it, but they just kind of said that it's not their focus at the moment. So it's not like they turn their back on it. It's just they're focusing on like growing, right? And ways to grow the game without affecting the supply. But do I think that they're going to do I think they're going to start talking about it or looking at the burn mechanism again? The only time, this is my opinion, right? The only time I think Sorare are going to start to seriously consider the burn mechanism is if this here, Rivals, if this fails to bring in the numbers which they are hoping and which they need to bring in based off all the marketing and all the development that went into it and kind of like where the game's at right now, like with their growth targets and their revenue, if this game mode fails to bring in the numbers that they need, so like let's say after 6 months, like Rivals has say brought in, I don't know, like 200,000, whereas actually the target was for the game to have brought in, say, 1 million or 1.5 million or something like that, right? If it's just far below what Sorare really needed, and they feel like this is not onboarding the numbers which they actually want to, because let's be clear, this game mode is designed and has this whole mission to onboard millions, right? Millions. That's the plan. It might sound silly that we talk about it like that because you might think, oh, it's never going to do it, right? But this is the vision for this game mode, is that Sorare envisage it to be able to onboard millions and millions, right? We don't know when they expect that millions to come through. Is it a year? Is it 6 months, right? But if after 6 months, this is far below what they were expecting, then I think they might start seriously talking about or looking at the burn mechanism. It also depends really on what they're planning on doing in the next update. Because in the next update, we all know that they are going to talk about, and they're hopefully going to propose a solution to the supply, the rewards, and the competitions in the game, how the competitions are structured. So let's see what they do there. If that doesn't really fix what we're seeing, and then Rivals also kind of bombs, then I feel like there'll be no other alternative but then to start looking at a burn. But I think a few people mentioned as well that when you start to talk about a burn, And when you start as a company um, flirting like seriously with the idea of burning, taking away your supply, it, some people might see that as, okay, you're not growing anymore, which is why you have to reduce the supply. Okay, because you're not growing enough, which means that you would only have to look at a burn if you're not bringing in enough new people to the game. So it's almost like an admittance that the game's regressing, right? Or it's an admittance that the game hasn't been managed properly because the supply far outweighs the demand, which is why you have to bring it back in check again. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see or hear about it anytime soon. I think they want to give Rivals the chance to be successful, and it actually has all the ingredients to be really successful, right? Um, we just have to hope that it is as addictive and as engaging as they believe it can be, and that the millions do come into the game. And if they don't, then yeah, for sure, we're going to start to hear more talk, and there's going to be more. There's going to be a bigger talk and a bigger noise from the community then to get the burn in the game if Rivals doesn't is not successful. Well, I mean, what do you guys think? Let me put a question out to the chat as well. Let me put a question out. What do you think will be the benchmark? Let's make it an easier question, right? How are we going to define when Rivals is successful? Like, when is it going to be, this has been a big success for the game, Rivals? What do you think? How would you guys define it? Difficult for us to answer, I know, because we don't have the data and we don't have the stats for Sorare. But how are we going to define when Rivals is successful or not? If a certain percentage of people start buying their first pro cards, I quite like that from Robbie. I really do, because I think that that is a very key, very important barometer of whether it's successful or not. Because if it is a game mode designed to help onboard them into pro, then taking that step of buying a card and seeing the conversion of who has signed up, who's joined, and then who's eventually ended up buying into the platform, I think that's going to be a really key metric, man. So I agree with you. When a fair matchup system is brought up, do you think, okay, so that would be you feel like Sorare Rivals will be a successful game mode, and we can define it as a success when the matchup system is fairer. Okay. Nathan Bam says when everyone is engaged with the game mode and buying upgrades. So again, it comes back to what Robbie said about putting their money, putting their hand into their pocket, sorry, and putting that into the game. Interesting enough, I think we still got time on it. I think we still have time on the latest poll that I ran. Yeah, there's 2 hours left, actually. So I was also thinking along the same lines as Robbie and a Nathabam yesterday, where I kind of like the promise of Sorare Rivals, and I was thinking, well, I haven't bought a card since Sorare Rivals has launched in the game, and it hasn't actually made me want to buy one. And I was thinking, well, how many other people have actually been persuaded to buy a card in Rivals so far, right? Like, what's the general vibe? What's the general feeling amongst the community of users that play Sorare Rivals? Now, it's difficult because this is only 484 votes, and so it's not representative. And I think the better metric would be to actually do a poll like this with completely new users. So maybe Sorare would kind of like poll, say, 1,000 or however many it is, right? But it's just purely new users. How many new users have come into the game for the first time and then actually ended up playing Rivals and then buying a card because of Rivals? That will be a really important metric. At the moment, you can see based on 484 votes of the community, only 16.1% have felt persuaded to buy or to upgrade a pro card to play the game mode, to use in the game mode. 84% at the moment haven't. So it's very much being considered a free-to-play mode for now. It's not quite, based on this here, it's not quite found probably the right balance to tempt people to dip into their pocket and spend. But this is not representative, right? But I thought this was really interesting. There's 2 hours left on it, so it could change completely, but probably it won't. I think it's probably going to be roughly this, right? In 2 hours' time. And I think this, as Robbie said, I think this is a really important metric. Like how many people who you bring into the game actually end up spending in the game. And then how many go from like pro or go from rivals to pro. What's the conversion there? And what's the churn? Like how many people just come in, play it for free, don't spend, and then kind of get bored of it. And then don't even check out pro and just bug out. Right? That'll be another thing. What I'm saying here. Or even if there are a certain amount of people who use the instant buy via the rivals, just bring a lot of more people to the game, I feel. I think also what you say there, F. John, it'd be quite interesting to know, and I think we can probably find out on Sorare base, right? Maybe next week or something we look at it. Maybe if we look on Sorare base, how many new users have bought a card since Rivals has been released. We might do that next week to check it out live on the stream, because that'll be interesting. I mean, for example, I go into an arena game with one limited card and match up with the dude with a rare full stack. I mean, I have to get pretty lucky to get to win nothing about tactics, which defeats the point of the game. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, you get rewarded for how much you invested into the game, so I don't know. But do you, though? I don't think with Rivals you do. I don't think with Rivals you do get rewarded for what you invest in the game. Not at the moment, because the way they've done the rewards, right? So if you went and spent £100 just to go and play in Rivals, you're going to only be able to win the reward boxes if you get the streaks, right? Rather than getting like a top ranking in the leaderboard. So maybe that's something I need to look at in the future. Because I feel like if I was new to the game and I was only playing Rivals, right? And if I was interested in spending a lot of money in it, let's say I had £100 to spend, I don't think I would spend £100 when I looked at what could I possibly win out of it. And even though I think the reward boxes are really cool, the fact that there's no way for me to win them regularly, I kind of have to do like big streaks to get them. And then when I do, I'm not really guaranteed to get anything. It's pot luck. It's a lottery. Would make me think, well, don't know whether I spend £100 in it. Maybe I throw like a tenner in it, for example. So that could be the way as well, right? That maybe the people that end up playing Rivals, they don't spend big in it, but then more people spend a little bit in it because they think, well, it's interesting and getting one card might give me the advantage. So they spend like a £5 or something in there initially. And then, but like loads of people spend like a £5. They put a couple of quid in just to see if it'll improve their game on Rivals. To be fair, the people who voted in the poll are people who are already on the platform, whereas Rivals is tailor-made for newbies. Yeah, I mentioned that, man. That's one of the things with the poll, is that this poll, the better poll would be to poll people who are completely new. Exactly. Because people who are completely new, then obviously don't have any existing cards. And so that percentage will be probably higher. Whereas a lot of the percentage here is probably just going to be people that already have cards, right? Just want to check out the Rivals game mode for now. And then they maybe even use the cards that they already have, right? So you are right. Yeah. It's not very representative of, first of all users. And then second of all, it's definitely not very representative of like the wide community, because there's only 484 votes in it as well. All right, I think we've pretty much reached the end though, no? We're close to reaching the end. Have I missed anything? Okay, we have a pick my lineup to do. We're going to do the pick my lineup for Nico. And then once we've done that, we're going to end the stream. So Nico, let me know what your Sorare manager name is, and we will we'll go and pick a lineup for you, man. Also, let me know what competition you want us to pick the lineup for, and then we can do that too. Cap 240 rare. Okay, cool, man. We'll have a look at that now. 1 second. All right, so just closing a lot of this down as well now that we don't need, like the other free tip scout fund coupons. All right, cool. So let me copy your name. All right, lineup build up. Cap 240 rare. Let's see what you're working with for the next game week. Game week 443. Okay. So this is a pretty easy one. We put Zila in. He's a good goalkeeper, actually. I like him. These are all the players that you've got. Okay. For the next game week. So Gerardo Arteaga, good player. I like him. Van der Premt, very good too. What about your midfielders here? Okay, Hendrik Zook, Berai. Okay, good. Taroda. Wow. You've basically got a load of Bundesliga too, haven't you? And you've got quite a few players that are playing up against each other. I think we'd have to look at Hasselberg, no? For the stack here. He's expensive though, isn't he? Oh, he's really expensive. Cost of 60? Absolutely not. No, we can't look at him. That's a little bit of a shame because it would have been good to stack there. That's a shame. Who's the low cost here? We've got Hendrik Zook as the midfielder. Let's go back to the defender though. God, 60. And then Van der Premt is 60 as well. Arteaga's 52. Oh, you've got some high L15 defenders here. Yeah, Hamburg Schalke is horrible. I mean, there'll be a lot of goals in that game, I think. It's not a good one for defensive players, really. Probably a good one for attacking players, but... I mean, if we put this guy in at 60, which is really high for a 240 team, I wonder if we could... I wonder if we can make it work. Hendrik Zook, I don't mind him, but the problem is he's got a really horrible game. He hasn't been playing either, has he? Zook. Been on the bench, so... And even if he was starting, he's playing for a team that are doing so bad right now. Not one to target, really. This isn't bad, though. Bastian Toma. That's actually not bad at all. And he's only got a cost of 42. Ferrai's there. I think Ferrai would be a really good one in this game. We're talking about this game and how it's not that great. But I think for like an attacking player, this is actually quite good for someone like Ferrai against Schalke. But because we have already spent 60 here, I'm thinking, well, saving 3 to pick a player who's playing for the second team up against 10th is probably better. So maybe it needs to be Bastian Toma there. And then you have 90. You have 90. This is quite a challenge, actually, because then you've got 40 for Taroda. I think Taroda in this game is actually good. Got Prevlak too? I don't think so for Prevlak. I would pick Taroda here, personally, for 40, and then you have 50. I think actually Taroda could score against Hamburg. Then you've got 50. I mean, that does leave the door open for Ferrai. We could then play Ferrai in there for 45, which is what I would probably do. I mean, the alternative is to play Ujan, who I don't think so. Like, I don't want to play a defensive unit from Schalke against Hamburg. I'd much prefer to play like an attacking unit from Hamburg against Schalke. And obviously having a Schalke forward's okay, because he's not going to get any points deductions from the goals that Hamburg are going to score. I think I'd probably do that. I'd probably throw in Ferrari here to do that, which then gives you 5 points left over. And then who would I captain? Probably wouldn't captain Ferrari, even though I think he's got a good chance to score or get an attack in return. Wouldn't captain any of these two. Probably would be Hastelenberg here. So probably do something like that. I mean, it's a little bit tricky for you because we have a lot of the points tied up in Halstenberg, but I think overall there's still quite a good balance here. You've got that nice stack there, and you've got two attacking players in what I think is going to be a very attacking game. So they should both score well, technically, if they do get involved in those goals, which we're expecting. And then Bastian Tomar, he's just kind of almost filling in the numbers here. You could look at somebody else, but I don't think so. I think he actually feels, I think he's got good levels of scoring, actually, for threshold. Certainly this one was. This other stuff isn't, but I think I'd pick him. I think that's probably as good as what you can do it. I mean, did you do that yourself? Did you do a team that was similar to that, or what would you do differently? Because that's probably the team that I would put out based on the fixtures and their costs as well, their average scores. You looked at it but had no idea. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. I think the score as well, 67 here, is really quite good. I wasn't expecting it to be close to 70, so I'm quite happy that it's actually that. I'll tell you what would be interesting as well. Look, so why don't we do as well? Why don't we ask the tool to tell us who they would pick for your? Or can we not do that? Oh, can we not do that because it's not my actual lineup? I don't think we can. It's not coming up for me, is it? Because it's not actually my gallery. But yeah, maybe if you do it, I'd love to know what the tool picks. If the tool picks similar or picks different, I think that's what I would do, man. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you, man. All right, I think it's time to call it. I have another stream later on tonight, so you can catch me again in a few hours, guys. But yeah, thank you everyone for the time. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, who's jumping on later on tonight? Who's going to be around for tonight's stream? Seeing any of you guys later on tonight at all? You're out with your girl. Fair enough, man. It's a good excuse as any. Well, enjoy your time out with your girl, man. And thank you to everybody. Yeah, enjoy your time. Thank you to everyone that jumped on today's stream. You'll catch me on Twitter for a little bit as well. So catch you then. Thanks so much, guys.